guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
My, it's that time once again. Here we go. Yeah, I know, gotta close out the weekend. How was your 4th of July weekend? Hope you had a safe, enjoyable Independence Day weekend. Celebrating America. Yeah, had a big time at the Sommers Ranch. We'll try to get you all filled in what's going on. Obviously, still some late night travelers out there. There's Monday, the big travel day. Everybody trying to get home from the respective destinations around the country. Millions taken to the highways. It was actually a much better home travel weather day than travel for people heading out for the weekend. Thursday into Friday morning. A lot of torrential rainstorms, accidents, hydroplaning on the roadways. Most of the eastern half of the country is pretty much high and dry tonight. There's a little bit of rain in central and upstate New York along a frontal system there. Nothing as far as severe weather is concerned. Aside from that, you might find a sporadic shower down in parts of Florida, but those are pretty much dying down. That's going to be changing through the day, especially into Tuesday, Wednesday. All eyes are on our latest tropical storm, Elsa. What kind of impacts might we see later this week in the Sunshine State, and eventually rains pushing up into the Carolinas? Meanwhile, we do have a system dropping some pretty heavy rains in central and western portions of South Dakota. A little bit of rain on up into south central North Dakota. It's raining in Bismarck tonight. Zoom in a little bit there. You got some heavy rains in Pierce, South Dakota. Let me see, where else? Well, from From Dupree down to Phillips, South Dakota, raining along I-90 through most of the western half of the state there. So that'll be slowing things down for your travels in South Dakota. A little bit of rain over in central portions, east central portions of Wyoming. Have some showers in and around Casper, Wyoming at this hour. According to our friends at AccuWeather, the monsoon season has kicked in and will continue to produce daily rounds of showers and some thunderstorms, especially around the Four Corners region. Tonight, we still have some lingering activity in parts of New Mexico, a little bit of rain up towards Santa Fe, New Mexico. There's another batch of showers in southwestern portions of the state. But again, the focal point as we start things off here on a Tuesday morning, I almost said Monday. Yeah, you come off that long holiday weekend, 3-day weekend, got to get back in the saddle here. Elsa, that's the focal point. Elsa closed in on Cuba Monday morning. And as she did so, tropical storm warnings were expanded across Florida. A state of emergency is in effect for parts of the Sunshine State ahead of the projected landfall somewhere about midweek this week. Now, satellite imagery on Monday, the storm appeared kind of ragged several days after it did become a Category 1 hurricane in the eastern Caribbean. But forecasters are cautioning Elsa should still be considered a dangerous storm. Predicted to impact Florida, portions of the southeast. It's going to be lower on the scale of impacts as far as hurricanes are concerned, but expected to make landfall somewhere, the models now say, maybe north of Tampa, Florida, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. The storm was charging toward Cuba after indeed leaving some devastation behind, 3 fatalities across the Caribbean over the weekend. Tropical storm warnings in effect across the Florida Keys and along much of the west coast of Florida, including the Tampa Bay area. There is a storm surge watch that's also been issued for the west coast of Florida, from Bonita Beach to the Suwannee River. Tropical storm warning in effect for parts of the Cuban provinces as well. Just a day after undergoing some rapid intensification, becoming the first hurricane of the 2021 Atlantic season, Elsa returned to tropical storm status on Saturday as it was kind of skirting between southwestern Haiti and Jamaica. It did maintain tropical storm status throughout Sunday and early Monday. Early in the day, packing winds of 65 miles per hour. It was about to make landfall in Cuba there. Now, the impacts on the U.S. will probably depend on how the storm, how much strength it can maintain there over Cuba. Parts of Elsa will skirt just south of Cuba before turning north and moving over the island, which it's doing so as we speak. A small shift in the path could cause it to move northwest over Cuba, and that would keep it over land for a more extended period of time. The longer it travels over the warm Caribbean water, the more likely it would be the storm will maintain probably high-end tropical storm strength. You got plenty of warm water there in the Caribbean. That's fuel for your tropical systems. Elsa's forecast to unleash some torrential flooding downpours across Cuba. Again, we'll have to see how much strength it can maintain as it crosses the island there. Zoom back over. Yes, I put things into motion. You can see the circulation of the storm there as it is crossing Cuba. The northern end of the bands of showers kind of now in the Florida Strait between Cuba and southern Florida. It looks like there's a few bands way out there that have already brought some showers and thunderstorms into parts of the Florida Keys in recent hours. So we'll keep an eye on Elsa, obviously, through the overnight hours tonight and through the coming days. Probably going to be a big rainmaker, potentially flooding rains through parts of Florida. So over your 4th of July weekend, We saw some unseasonably cool, damp weather. For our friends there in the Northeast, changes are in the offing, though. Forecasters say by the middle of this week, temperatures are going to be as much as 30 degrees warmer than what you felt over the weekend here. A slow-moving storm in the upper levels of the atmosphere brought down some cool air from Canada for a period. Temperatures were typically in the upper 70s, middle and upper 80s. Over the holiday weekend, you were running 5-10 degrees below normal from D.C. to Pittsburgh, New York City, and Boston. The core of the cool air was especially in place across New England, where you didn't even get out of the 60s for high temperatures. In some cases, it was even upper 50s. Matter of fact, Boston and Worcester, Mass. Set record low daytime temperatures on Saturday. Highs, Boston was only 60. It was 57 in Worcester, Mass. Underneath that storm, we saw some downpours and pockets of steadier rain that dampened, in some cases, ruined some of your holiday cookouts and outdoor plans. Boston has been one of the rainiest places since the start of July 1 through 4. Boston has picked up nearly 5 inches of rainfall there, well over your normal precip. For typically the entire month of July, you'd pick up little less than 3.5 inches. This pesky storm responsible for the dreary weather has now exited the coast, and that's going to allow some warmer air to begin surging back in. Temperatures are going to soar across the eastern third of the country. High temperatures from New York to Boston will be near or above 90 later today, as well as Wednesday. Highs in those cities just a few days ago, Saturday, were in the 50s and 60s. We're talking middle to upper 90s are going to return to Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, Harrisburg, PA. Humidity levels are going to be higher as well. It's going to add to the uncomfortable nature of the heat. It's going to feel like temperatures are above the century mark. There's going to be a sharp increase in cooling demand across a fairly wide area. While the uptick in the heat may have you flock into the pools, the lakes, or other bodies of water to cool off following an unusual July chill, forecasters do say there's going to be a reason to keep a watch on the sky. Monday was pretty much dry across the region. Now we'll see an uptick in showers and thunderstorms headed into those hotter days this week, starting later today into Wednesday. That system moving through upstate New York may actually help generate a few severe storms later on this afternoon. A few storms could bring some locally damaging winds, torrential downpours, even some hail. There's another system going to follow right on the heels of that coming up this midweek that will bring a renewed threat for heavy, locally gusty, severe thunderstorms in parts of the Northeast Wednesday afternoon. Now, this is going to be a non-tropical in nature system. That's the system that's actually going to help guide Elsa off the coast of southeastern Virginia, head back out into the Atlantic. After the tropical storm tours the southeast, we'll see a period of drenching rain, some gusty winds across Virginia's Tidewater region, the Delmarva Peninsula, probably into Thursday as Elsa sweeps through. Similar conditions may be up toward Cape Cod at the end of the week as Elsa continues to cruise along. Despite much of the Northeast being spared from Elsa's blow, downpours will kind of linger across the region from the non-tropical system. We could even be talking the risk of some flooding increasing in the latter portions of this week. That unsettled weather will help break the back of the heat, however. More clouds, a few showers, a couple of thunderstorms for the second half of the week. We'll have our temperatures rolling back into the 70s and 80s for most in the Northeast. Now, that being said, it doesn't look like it's going to get nearly as cool as it did over your 4th of July weekend there in the Northeast. Meanwhile, out west, last week, all the discussion was the heat wave impacting all the way up into the Pacific Northwest, even Western Canada. Going to be looking at yet another heat wave in the offing, impacting the southeastern USA. The heat is going to ramp up as well as the humidity. You know, they often talk about places like Phoenix and Tucson. You know, it's a dry heat, but hot is hot. Whereas in Florida, you have lots of moisture, humidity in the air, very oppressive, muggy conditions. It's going to be feeling a bit more like Florida in some of the desert areas due to the monsoon kicking in parts of Utah, Arizona, Nevada, Southern California, even looking at some moisture going to be rolling into that region. All right. How was your holiday weekend? You can jump on board at 844-844-3388. Let's see who's checking in out of the box here as we get our new week underway. Patsy checking in. Morning, everybody. Hope everyone had a good, safe 4th of July. Captain Ron checking in, getting ready for some rain and wind. Maybe a little storm surge there in Clearwater, Florida. Yes, indeed. We'll be watching. We the people deserve answers, says Pappy. Good evening, y'all. Does everybody still have all their fingers attached? Well, I made it through unscathed. Actually, we had a safe 4th of July celebration. There were one or two errant mortars, in those little cakes. It'd have multiple shots. Yeah, I had one that fell over, blew up in front of the neighbor's house. No damage, no destruction. Everybody's safe. Steve checking in, the Michigan Madman, that would be. Welcome back to the grind. I guess everybody be safe. Have a good week. Todd checking in from Ontario, Canada. Brantford, Ontario, Canada. Heatwave checking in. How you feeling there, Heatwave? Morning, Steve. Still in lockdown, as far as I know. Yeah, they have an FBCS scheduled for 0800 hours this morning. What the hell is an FBCS? Is that something I need to worry about? Pappy, what's an FBCS? These guys ended up in the pokey, apparently. Kind of figured that would happen over the holiday weekend. Let's see. Michael checking in. Good evening. Check in on bad news. My older brother passed away this past evening. We need lots of prayers. I'm sorry to hear about that. Wow. Holiday weekend. Not a good way to wrap it up, huh? Hello to Todd checking in. Foxtrot checking in from Resaca, Georgia. Resaca. Down there where they've got Resaca Beach. There is no beach in Resaca, but there is a Resaca Beach. Richard checking in from Central Florida, 73 degrees, kind of calm, except Elsa's expected to arrive in about 12 hours, they're saying. Nice day to Steve and everyone out there. Bill checking in from Lake Murray, South Carolina. Keith, morning, Steve. Hope you had a good 4th. Ogden's at 81 degrees. How did the big match turn out with the Big Moose? I'm sure Big Moose kicked ass, right? Hello to Marianne. Good morning. Stayed up for the Reds win. Now it's time for the Steve Sommers overnight drive. All right. Good to have you with us, Marianne. Zorro checking in, ready to roll, as is Kyle rolling with us this morning. Tank checking in. Happy Tuesday. Hope you had a great 4th. 81 degrees here in Memphis tonight. Getting ready to head out to Fontana, California. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. All right, get some of other listening friends coming up here. I'll get a quick time out here and get to your calls. Who wants to be first out of the box? Jump on in. Wide open lines at 844-3388. What else happened over the weekend? We'll try to get everybody up to speed. What's going on around the country? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I don't know what the heck the deal was. I mean, we had all these people showing up for the Queen City SmackDown. There were some no-shows. Most notably, what was he calling them? Boink and Doink? Yeah, I got a message. I'm not sure if this was some Boink or Doink. I don't know. So I did pick you up. We were stopped just shy of the state line there in Ohio by the Kentucky Highway Patrol. Now, they realized who we were, said that they had money on Big Moose. Anyway, our lawyers, Dewey, Screwham, and Howe, said they'd send their intern to get us off. She did, but we're still in the pokey needing bail money and money to get the car out of impound. But we were the fastest car. Well, second fastest, next to the police Charger. I mean, my car did every bit of 160, but theirs topped out at 220. All right, well, that's typically the way it works. You're always second fastest to the police, right? Like I said, I don't really understand what he's talking about. And Pappy says, I'm requesting a full congressional hearing on the events of the past weekend. Inquiries on the conspiracy theory, Queen City Smackdown, rumors of arrest being made at the state lines, bail money being used to buy skullbusters, and six-bangers traveling in excess of 160 miles per hour. Subpoenas should be served. Participants hog-tied and brought in to testify in front of Your Honor, Steve Sommers, at the hotshot secret hidden bunker. I mean, they should be forced to testify live under oath in front of the nation. We, the people, deserve answers. Pappy, yeah, they do deserve answers. Where the hell are you?
Steve, I wish I knew. I don't know. It's dark. The guards don't want us talking, and I got to be kind of on the hush hush here. I think I found out what that FBCS is. It's a full body cavity search.
Oh,
damn. Yeah. I don't know what that all entails, but I'm sure I'm not going to like it. I told Fly Rod, I said we should not be traveling in our suits just yet. But he insisted, and it's kind of hard driving with that Barney suit on him. I had that head off, but I mean, that tail was still swinging in the breeze, so to speak. It's kind of hard cramming it in a Camaro. But, yes, guard. Yes, I'll be quiet. Steve, I gotta go. I gotta go back to sleep. Okay. Talk to y'all later.
All right. Yeah. So I guess if I can interpret that correctly, there's somewhere over across in northern Kentucky, after a high-speed chase, they're in the lockdown. I don't know. Are they suspected of having brought some sort of contraband in? I mean, why would you be rolling down the highway with your Smackdown costumes on? So I guess Woody was driving and Barney the dinosaur was riding shotgun. And the chase was on. All right, 24 past the hour. All right, we'll get updates forthcoming, I'm sure. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Well, while most people around the country were out and about enjoying their holiday weekend travels, campgrounds were packed out all over the country. People just having a good time. They may be unawares completely of some of the events that began unfolding right as we were headed into the holiday weekend. We've talked a lot about ransomware attacks, most notably recently the Colonial Pipeline that garnered major attention, impacting fuel prices and shortages in the Southeast, followed by the JBS meatpacking ransomware attack. This attack that unfolded over the weekend is really something, as they describe, as unprecedented, as in the number of companies that have all been hit at the same time. And we're talking hundreds and hundreds. This is what they're calling a mass extortion attack. Hundreds of companies, not only in the United States, but literally, apparently worldwide, that occurred late Sunday. They're demanding $70 million to restore the data that's being held ransom on all these computer systems, according to a posting on a dark website. The demand was posted on a blog that's typically used by this cybercrime gang known as, I guess it's Revel, but capital R, capital E, VIL. R Evil or Revel. That's a Russian-linked group that is counted among the cybercriminal world's most prolific extortionists, they tell us. This gang has afflicted structure that they occasionally make it difficult to determine who speaks on the hacker's behalf. But according to one cybersecurity firm, said the message almost certainly came from Revel's core leadership. They've not responded by an attempt for Reuters to reach them for comment. But the ransomware attack that was ultimately beginning to be executed on Friday was the most dramatic in this string of increasingly attention-grabbing hacks. The gang broke into Kaseya, a Miami-based information technology firm. They used their access to breach some of their clients, setting off a chain reaction that quickly paralyzed the computers of hundreds of firms around the world. One executive of Kaseya said the company was aware of the ransom demand. They did not immediately return further message, as everybody wants the latest on what's going on. About a dozen different countries affected. In at least one case, the disruption spilled out into the public domain when the Swedish co-op grocery store chain had to close hundreds of stores Saturday. The cash registers had been knocked offline as a consequence of the attack. Earlier on Sunday, the White House said they're reaching out to victims of the outbreak to provide assistance based upon an assessment of what they call national risk. The impact of this intrusion is really still coming into focus here. We're talking schools that have been hit, small public sector companies, travel and leisure organizations, credit unions, accountants. One company, McArcher's, that was one of several that had blamed Revel for the attack. Sunday's statement was the group's first public acknowledgement that they were behind this campaign. So I guess they're going from one corporation or one entity to another, demanding X number of million from this company and 2 million from you, 5 million from you. And then I guess they put out a statement, if I'm understanding, that said, all right, for a lump sum payment of $70 million, we'll give the encryption key that would unlock everyone that's been affected. I mean, again, the scale of this unprecedented, details of the ransomware attack, as cybersecurity firms have been working throughout the weekend, what kind of impacts, a lot of businesses, many of these were shut down through the entire weekend, Saturday, Sunday, even on Monday. Many of them may arrive to work Monday morning or Tuesday morning, later this morning, to find out they're also impacted. Well, we don't even really know the total scope of this just yet. All right, so we'll get a quick news break in here, get back to your calls ahead. It's 844-844-3388. Welcome in to a Tuesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Some pandemic restrictions are being lifted at the U.S.-Canada border. Fully vaccinated Canadians are now able to return to the country without going through a 14-day quarantine period, a first step towards dropping all travel restrictions between the two countries. The restrictions on non-essential travel between the U.S. and Canada are expected to last until at least January 21st. And Tajikistan has mobilized military forces to secure its border as Afghan security forces advance into the country. More than 1,000 Afghans crossed the border as Taliban fighters advanced to the area. Tajik President Emomali Rahman has called up 20,000 reservists in response to the fighting on his country's border. Rahman has also called on the leaders of several countries in the area to meet to discuss the situation, including Russia's Vladimir Putin. The action's coming as the U.S. has been accelerating its withdrawal from Afghanistan. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? going through a divorce. Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Here's a bit of what we do know in regards to the massive ransomware attack. So according to the FBI, our evil Revel was demanding ransoms up to $5 million. Then late Sunday, they made a post on the dark web for a universal decryptor software key that would unscramble all the affected machines in exchange for $70 million in cryptocurrency. Crypto. Typically, the FBI gets involved on a one-on-one basis with corporations that are impacted by these ransomware attacks. They issued a statement that while they're investigating the attack, but the scale, in their words, makes it so that they might not even be able to respond to each victim individually. Deputy National Security Advisor later issued a statement saying that President Biden had directed the full resources of the government to investigate the incident, urged all who believed they've been compromised to alert the FBI. Can you imagine their phone lines are probably just off the hook? Biden suggested over the weekend that the U.S. will respond if it's determined that the Kremlin is at all involved. Of course, it was less than a month ago. Biden met with Vladimir Putin. Told him to stop giving safe haven to this Our Evil group and other ransomware gangs that are continuously extorting the United States. A broad array of businesses and public agencies affected by this attack, apparently on all continents, financial services, travel and leisure, the public sector. Few large companies. The cybersecurity firm Sophos reports the Swedish grocery store chain, we touched on that, had to close 800 stores there. In Germany, an unnamed IT service company told authorities several thousand of their customers had been compromised. Let me see here. What else do we know? Experts say it's no coincidence that this group launched the attack at the start of the July 4th holiday weekend, knowing that U.S. offices would be skeleton staff. Many victims, as I mentioned, may not learn of the attack until they show up at work, probably later this morning, or for those that maybe did go back to work on Monday. Most end users of managed service providers have no idea whose software they keep that keep their networks humming. This one firm, Kaseya, said they sent a detection tool to nearly 900 customers Saturday night. The offer for blanket decryption for all the victims in exchange for $70 million suggests it's their inability to cope with the sheer quantity of infected networks. This is a lot bigger than I think even the hackers expected, and it's getting a lot of attention. This is a nightmare to manage. Our Evil is hoping the insurers might be able to crunch the numbers and make the determination that just paying the $70 million would be cheaper on them than what the extended downtime may cost. These companies, in this day and age, if you run a business, you're actually purchasing some sort of insurance in the event that your computer systems are compromised like this. And the insurers are now the cost that it's impacting them. It's probably going to come to the time when nobody's going to be willing to insure you. Dutch researchers said that they alerted Miami-based Kaseya to the breach, said the criminals used a 0 day. That's the term for a previously unknown security hole in software. The level of sophistication here is described as extraordinary. All right, it's not the first ransomware attack to leverage managed service providers. Back in 2019, criminals hobbled the networks of 22 Texas municipalities through one of these firms. That same year, there were 400 dental practices in the country that were crippled in a separate attack. And I said, there's nothing out there, nothing sacred, nothing that they won't attack. So this is apparently a very big one. I said, we'll probably be learning more as many businesses reopen their doors today. All right, looking at 19 before the hour. It's 844-3388. Let's see. Who all's checking in? Now, there's Kentucky Ken, morning overnight drive. Kentucky Ken with you, serving and protecting until 4 a.m. Safe travels. Yeah, be safe out there, Ken. Scott checking in from Cincinnati. Crazy Ray's with us in West Michigan, 77 degrees there this morning. Salt Shaker checking in. Hope you got my email for the benefit that'll be taking place in Eaton, Ohio, coming up on July the 24th. I believe I did get that. You might resend it just to make sure, but yeah, I'll go back to the email and double check. Let's see. Lori Glory. Morning, Steve. 75 degrees in Buffalo, New York. Good to hear you after the long weekend. Sure hoping y'all find a weekend host sometime soon. I can't wait to hear about all the festivities at the Sommers Ranch over the weekend. Horse Feathers, of course, with us. Horse Feathers is actually on the line. Checking in here in a few minutes. Let's see. Brian says he had the bottom of the Barney suit on backwards. Hello to Franklin this morning. Scott checking in from Kentucky, enjoying the night off. I'm a Holland driver out of Nashville, Tennessee. Everybody be safe out there tonight. All right, enjoy another night off there, Scott. All right. The Big Moose. Your winner by default. Checking in. All right, well, maybe we'll hear from Big Moose here at some point in time. Got to get the full scoop. What do you say, Chefy Guy? How was your July 4 weekend?
Hey. Well, laid up. I'm an old man. I just laid up the house. Got woke up from some banging noise Sunday. Then rolled over, went back to sleep. You know, I can't make it past 6:30, 7 o'clock. No. They're getting up early morning hours, so it's just a nuisance to me. Now, did Moose make it, or did the Big Moose get stopped for driving a unsafe vehicle on the way down?
I think that was Gilligan. I think dumbass Gilligan and Mary Ann that got stopped in that rattle trap of a bus that was deemed unworthy for road travel.
Yeah. There you go. Now is the governor of Kentucky a Democrat?
Governor of Kentucky. Yes, it is. He is.
Uh-oh. I just sat and watched before I left the house, sipping on my coffee. Good old PBS, you know, they're constantly putting out, you know, slavery, peonage, and all this stuff. And, all this stuff that the Democrats come up with. So I'm thinking, Lord, these boys got caught in Kentucky. They've got peonage. And it was peonage. Basically, you owe us this much money that you can't pay, and so they put you in jail, and then they farm you out real cheap, like definitely more than real cheap to farmers, industry. So they might be out in the woods right now, cleaning up the woods or along the highways or working on the governor's farm.
Yeah.
In chains, probably still in their
I don't know. Do they still have the chain gangs there in Kentucky? I'm not sure about that. I know I see some of them crews out there in their orange suits cleaning up the road sometimes.
But I bet you they ain't got the heart to pull that dinosaur suit off from Heatwave. So. It's a terrible thought. These boys, now I'm telling you, it's nothing to laugh at. I listened to that. They do what they want with you once they get you in peonage, man. They beat you to death. They talk about some people they just walk up on some people and say, you owe me money. And then, of course, especially blacks back in the day, they didn't have $3 or $4 on them. So boom, they get thrown in jail and charged. And then the sheriff would say they owed me, $7. Well, they'd end up selling them for $9 a month to a farm. And it was even worse than slavery because they could beat them to death. They didn't. Slave owners, it was, it cost money. It cost real good money to buy a decent slave, hard-working slave. You had to feed him and take care of him. But in peonage, they could beat them to death. They didn't have to feed them. They got sick and let them die because the sheriff could go out and get more. It's just like that. So I'm really concerned these boys may never be seen again. And many people may never be seen again. And many people got in Phoenix, never, there's whole families just never know what their loved ones, where they went because they got buried in the swamp somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Democrats, this is a lineage of Democrats, and they're in Kentucky. And by the way, this was on. They were talking about this on YouTube, I think. Democrats pulling down all these statues and all these, and even in Georgia, talking about blowing that Round Mountain, Georgia, blowing that statue off there. I've got it up to here now. Okay, I love my nation's history, and I still love the history of St. Andrew's Cross, the Southern Confederate battle flag, and it's true history, and not the fact that the vile Jim Crow crowd turned it into. But you know what? I'm tired of defending and fighting for Democrat symbols of power. So if they blow the thing off the mountain, that's fine. That'll give us time to remind everybody, yes, it's Democrats up there on that mountain. So I'm let them do what they want. I put up a post that showed it's got the three ladies. One of them that in the vile things they were saying under Donald J. Trump. I heard them. It's written down. It shows Maxine Waters. I'll just say, her post about if you see the people in this administration and all this, go attack them. Yep. You had the vice president. You got four different women and what they said, and I posted it, and they fact checkers put a screen over it. And I'm sorry, I heard the women say what they say. It ain't took out of context. It's exactly what they said, and they're still trying to clean up their act. But let's keep posting this stuff. Keep reminding and remember, if you can, remember your history and don't let them get away with taking off the true history of the Democrat Party, because slavery, peonage, oppression come out of the Democrat Party. They hung blacks and Republicans and white Republicans in the South. So let's just, if they want reparations, if you're a Democrat, if you're in the Democrat Party, you need to pay that reparations. We treat Democrats exactly the same way we treat Nazis. We hold any American Nazis. If you want to join that situation, we frown on them because they're tied in with the people that did what they did to the Jews, Christians, and all like that in Europe. So they're trying to destroy the Republican Party. This video I seen on PBS tied us in with the Proud Boys and all this stuff. It started from Charlottesville on down to the Capitol, and it just tried to make it just these 1% of these people that are violent, and they tied it in with the Trump supporters.
Trying to make any Trump supporter look like they're anyone who is or was a supporter of Trump. Where they try to lump us all in that category of the evil bunch. Gotta be canceled. Hey, Chevy Guy, good to hear from you. Thank you so much for checking in. We did have our barbecue there for our 4th of July. We did our big fireworks display Saturday night rather than Sunday night. But did have a couple of late night, we call them gourmet hot dogs, when you've been drinking all evening and you're hungry again and you're too drunk to drive to White Castle, you just throw a weenie on the grill. It's a gourmet hot dog at the midnight hour. Well, Joey Chestnut, I did his annual, is that gourmet hot dogs? It's almost sickening to watch when they have these eating contests. But, of course, 4th of July weekend means the Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest, Sunday, 4th of July. And the chow down champ, Joey the Jaws Chestnut, actually broke his own record leading him to a 14th win at Nathan's famous hot dog eating contest Sunday there. Just how many hot dogs did he scarf down in 10 minutes' time? We'll give you the full report coming up. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Back after this.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So just think about it on any given day, if you're really, really hungry, I mean, say you hadn't eaten in 24 hours, feel like you're starving to death. How many hot dogs could you eat in one sitting? You know, on a starving to death hungry day, I mean 2 or 3, and I'm good to go. All right, you might push yourself to eat a 4th or a 5th. I guess that's an average person. Could you fathom 76 hot dogs and the buns, not just the dog, but 76 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes time? That's what Joey Jaws Chestnut consumed. He set a new world record for men's. Joey said it just felt good. What? What felt good? He was in an ESPN interview after his win on Sunday. He said, even if I was uncomfortable, having everybody cheer me on and push me made me feel good. On the women's side, Lesko of Tucson, Arizona, downed 30 3/4 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes. She called her win an amazing feeling, you think? The reigning women's champ and record holder, Miki Sudo, skipped this year's competition because she's actually expecting a baby in a few weeks. All right, the annual July 4th festival normally happens outside of Nathan's flagship store there in Brooklyn's Coney Island neighborhood. This year, the planning took place, and still with some coronavirus restrictions here and there, the event was held at a minor league baseball park there with the 5,000 spectators. Of course, last year, they did actually hold the contest, but there was no audience there, and it was held indoors. Joey said he missed all the fans last year. It was good to have fans back out there to cheer me on. He said he'd been looking forward to it all year long. There you go. 76 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes' time. Wow. I'm not real sure about these competitive eating competitions. I know that while you're competing, they've got a bucket there. If you have to use the bucket, you know what I mean? You're disqualified. Now, say you've won the competition and a little bit of time has passed. I mean, they don't actually, he doesn't let those 76 hot dogs fully digest and go through the process the natural way, does he? Is that even possible? I'm just asking. All right, we'll get back to the calls here just ahead at 844-844-3388. When we come back from our top of the hour news update, boy, if I were wagering, said several weeks, I think it was Memorial Day weekend, I put out the wager, over or under, Chicago violence, how many people would be shot? I forecast over 50. I was actually wrong on that. I would have more than been doubly correct for the July 4 holiday weekend. At press time of this story, which was going back about 4 o'clock Monday afternoon, 118 people shot in Chicago and New York City combined. Chicago alone, it was 92 had been shot. Again, as of like 4 o'clock this past afternoon, at least 16 dead. The most violent weekend so far this year. It's just absolute insanity. Weekend violence. More on that again coming up here. We wrap things up for hour number 1. Great to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Some pandemic restrictions are being lifted at the U.S.-Canada border. Fully vaccinated Canadians are now able to return to the country without going through a 14-day quarantine period, a first step towards dropping all travel restrictions between the two countries. The restrictions on non-essential travel between the U.S. and Canada are expected to last until at least January 21st. And Tajikistan has mobilized military forces to secure its border as Afghan security forces advance into the country. More than 1,000 Afghans crossed the border as Taliban fighters advanced to the area. Tajik President Emomali Rahman has called up 20,000 reservists in response to the fighting on his country's border. Rahman has also called on the leaders of several countries in the area to meet to discuss the situation, including Russia's Vladimir Putin. The actions coming as the U.S. has been accelerating its withdrawal from Afghanistan. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, Bail out broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Allyn Root Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit assetstrategies.com.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas will travel to Guatemala Tuesday to meet with members of the Guatemalan government, a month after Vice President Kamala Harris made the same trip as part of her duties to try to stem the flow of migrants to the U.S. border. Former Acting ICE Director Ron Vitello says that working with the Northern Triangle countries is good, but won't stop the surge. He tells Fox News that the root cause of the surge is the reversal of Trump-era policies.
I suppose there's potential there, but the root cause of this surge that's on the border and this uncontrolled pipeline is the reversal of the policies that were allowing people to wait in Mexico for their asylum claims, the accords with the Northern Triangle about asylum reforms. The root cause of this problem, the root cause of the chaos, is because they reversed those policies. Now, working with Guatemala, working with the Northern Triangle on governance and anti-corruption activities, that's all good and well and good, but that's not going to stop the surge that's occurring on the border right now. We've encouraged people to send or bring their children to the border, and the root cause of the chaos is the reversal of these policies.
This is USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you say help me, I'll mow you down. 3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Some health experts argue that conflicting messages over mask wearing and fully vaccinated people are causing confusion in a critical stage of the pandemic. Tim Berg has more.
White House Chief Medical Advisor Tony Fauci said that fully vaccinated Americans should go the extra step and wear masks when traveling to parts of the country with low vaccination rates. Fauci's comments are at odds with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky, who said that fully vaccinated Americans are safe from the variants that are circulating in the United States. When it comes to wearing masks in states with low vaccination rates, Dr. Mark Siegel, Fox News medical contributor, reminds everyone.
In Mississippi, there's been less than 200 new cases a day over the past week, with only 3 deaths over the entire week. In Wyoming, less than 80 new cases a day with 1 death over the entire week. So if you're in Wyoming or Mississippi, which don't have the kind of vaccine compliance I want or Dr. Fauci wants, what's the chances that you're going to bang into this virus if you're fully vaccinated? Almost zero. So it sends the wrong message, and it gets in the way of a doctor like me trying to convince my patients to get the vaccine.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson says most COVID restrictions in England will be lifted later this month. Johnson said face mask requirements and social distancing rules would be scrapped on July 19th. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, come back at it, right back at it for hour number 2. As we close out July 4 holiday weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. Safe travels and all. I guess there are a handful of fireworks mishaps that occurred over the weekend. That's part of the annual tradition. Had some neighborhood, I was looking at the video, had some neighborhood in Ohio. Not sure exactly where that was. But somebody was looking to put on one hell of a display. Had a U-Haul full of fireworks. And all it took was one wrong spark, and it all went up. In all directions, right there in the middle of the neighborhood. I think they had, there were several fires started at some of the surrounding residents. I'm not sure how that one all ended. And there was a big professional display being set up along the beach. Trying to recall, it was up in Maryland. Horse Feathers can probably give us an update on that one. But it was late afternoon, hours before the display was supposed to begin. They all randomly started going off all at one time. Numerous people were able to capture video of that. Not exactly sure what sparked that mishap. The big displays like that, they're typically all controlled remotely. Yeah, they use the computer setup and whatnot for the ignition. So, but again, I guess all it takes is one unexpected spark and boom. Hey, meanwhile, we talked about the violence in Chicago. What a weekend. Not sure again the total number, 92 as of this past afternoon. There's been a lot of large crowd gatherings, a lot of celebratory fireworks going off, and kind of spontaneous, according to the Chicago police superintendent, David Brown. We were dispersing a crowd. We heard shots, felt pain. Several officers apparently were shot as well. None with life-threatening injuries. Challenging weekend. Lori Lightfoot, the mayor, says, historically, going back decades, suggesting the 6 hours of questioning in a city council meeting was untimely and potentially taken away from the superintendent's crime fighting for the dangers of the weekend ahead. This was last week. They had the chief in there. Every single day, the men and women of our police department are under danger. An unprecedented level of people shooting at the police last year and still this year. We feel like we've made some progress, but not enough. No one can be satisfied until we see a dramatic drop in the homicides and the shootings here. Among this weekend's victims, a 12-year-old girl, a 13-year-old boy, several others injured in a Washington Park shooting early Monday morning. Elsewhere around the country, we saw a brawl in Atlanta. About 50 kids, resulting in at least one death there. A 14-year-old boy, a 17-year-old were arrested for possession of 2 guns, according to Fox 5 in Atlanta. 8 people in Texas wounded, but in stable condition Sunday when a person began shooting towards a group of people near a car wash in Fort Worth. Multiple people returned fire there. Cincinnati, 2 dead, 3 others wounded, downtown Cincinnati. There was a fireworks display. Smales Park, I think it's that zone right between Paul Brown Stadium and Great American Ballpark. They're saying there were hundreds of teens that had gathered. And last I understood, it was some sort of an ongoing dispute led to one of them pulling out a gun. The other returned fire. Both of the shooters dead, and the others that were shot were just innocent bystanders, one of which is in very critical condition, may not survive. Milwaukee, an 18-year-old shot and killed Sunday. A 30-year-old man and a girl, 14 wounded in a shooting that took place there. And what were the numbers out of New York? New York, let's see. I believe it was 26 people shot there, 2 fatalities, according to Fox News. They're in New York City. But the numbers out of Chicago, 92 shot. The death toll now at 17 and could still go higher. All right, let's get back to the calls here. And I guess all eyes focused on the Sunshine State. Elsa's on the way, and Cool Breeze is in that zone. What, the cone of uncertainty? You're in that zone, are you?
The cone of uncertainty, yes, sir. Hey ho, Steve Areno.
How we
Reporting
doing?
live for the Steve Summers overnight drive from the cone of uncertainty. And I wouldn't want to be here tomorrow night, but I'm going to be. Looks like it's coming this way. It's coming north of Cuba. It's going to build up a little bit of steam, possibly. And depending on which forecast you look at, it may pass by Tampa 100 miles out in the Gulf, or it may be right on top of us. We might get the worst of it. There's no telling.
Yeah. I mean, they're not expecting it to get back to... They're not anticipating hurricane strength, are they? They're believing it's going to stay tropical storm?
No. Well, it may come up to, say, a Cat 1. A Cat 1, possibly. If it comes up over 70, it'd be a Cat 1. But for right now, it's just a tropical storm, and it's not very organized. The tops of it are just blowing off, and then the little hurricanes going on. It's not coming off the north coast of Cuba. It's not doing very good right now.
Okay.
But it's something to look at when you live here.
I'm looking at some of the numbers, I guess, from the 11 p.m. update Eastern time. Sustained winds of 58 miles per hour, wind gusts up to 69. It was located about 80 miles from Key West, Florida.
Okay, well, it's only 90 miles from Key West down to the north side of Cuba. It's only 90 miles.
So it's just off the northern tip of Cuba then?
Just coming north of Cuba, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. It's a little scary when they get up that particular latitude, I guess you call it. Tampa is at latitude 81, and it's right in there within 2 or 3 ticks of being the same latitude as Tampa is, but the whole state kind of goes down to the southeast. It kind of fools everybody. It doesn't run north and south and east and west. It has a big curve going out to the east, to the southeast. But we'll see. We'll wait and see. That's all we can do with it. I guess we're going to play the Tampa Bay Lightning here is going to play another game with. Who are they playing now? Ohio? No, they're playing the Canadians. The Canadians. They're going to come down here and play another game, not tomorrow night because of the hurricane, but the next night. The tropical storm warning, rather.
Yeah. I saw where they brought down the rest of that building that had not collapsed down there in Miami. They brought the rest of that building down, well, I guess for fear that the tropical storm, that Elsa may cause it to come down unexpectedly.
Exactly. Yes, they did. They knocked it down 10:30 Sunday night.
Okay.
And there was areas that they couldn't search because there was a danger that the building might fall on top of them while they were searching. And so now it's kind of opened things up for them a little bit because they tried to dump the building off of the area that they're searching in because they're still missing 117 some odd people.
Yeah.
If they don't turn up, and it's been, 3, 4, 5 days, if those people didn't turn up in that many days, they're probably assumed to be deceased,
I'm kind of surprised they haven't just already announced. I mean, they're not going to pull anybody alive out of there at this point.
Well, they're still calling it,
search and rescue. That's the term they're using, but it's been a full week now.
Yes, it has. But there's been people pulled out of mines and stuff like that several days after. They've come up with babies and all kind of stuff 2 weeks after they happened,
Okay.
I mean, if I'm related to somebody in that building and we don't know where they are, of course I'm going to hold out hope that they're still alive. I mean, I don't want to dash anybody's hopes for that, but, yep. It's coming up, Steve. It's only 172 days for Christmas.
How about that? Did you do anything special for the July 4 weekend? Did you get some hot dogs on the grill? What'd you do? Blow up the neighborhood?
Nah, I just kind of enjoyed I didn't have to do anything the last 3 days, really. I mean, I've talked to a couple of my girlfriends on the phone and just hung around the house. I've got an endless list of things to do around my house, and I actually leave here if I get a chance to keep from just sitting here and look at the endless list of things I have to do. But no, I didn't really do anything. I even had some fireworks I could have shot up too. But well, I guess I'm growing old, Steve.
Yeah, I know the feeling. We undoubtedly had the largest fireworks display we've ever done. It's kind of an annual tradition here that most of the people in the neighborhood all come out and come down and join us at the Sommers Ranch. Some of them just sit out in front of their house on the sidewalk and whatnot, and we put on
just watch
a decent fireworks display. But we all kind of joined together this year. Double R, of course, we had him here over the weekend. He and I went out, and I had already bought my typical stash of fireworks. He went out and kind of doubled the stash, and Scotty chipped some money in, and we all put on it was a hell of a show. Good show.
All right. Sound like fun.
It was a blast.
I guess so, yeah. They had a big professional one downtown, right in the middle of downtown down there. They had about a 5-mile stretch on the Riverwalk down in downtown Tampa where you could see the fireworks. They had them going off in like 5 different locations or something. Supposedly the biggest one they've ever had. I think it probably was, because it looked huge. It looked huge from here.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I live right next to a theme park down here, and they shoot at this time of year. They shoot off fireworks every night, so I can go walk the dog and watch fireworks every night. The big ones, the professional ones.
Right.
But I still enjoy shooting them off. As a matter of fact, some of the fireworks that I've still got, I actually bought them the last time I was in Ohio. They're getting ancient. I don't know. They're getting dangerous. They might turn into, what do they call it? They might turn into something else, or they might blow up on their own.
Yeah. Wow. Well, Cool Breeze, good to hear from you. Thank you so much for checking in. Glad you had a good weekend, and maybe you can give us a live report from Hurricane Central when Elsa's making her way through. How's that sound?
I can give you an update this time tomorrow night. It'll be about when it'll be passing through here. We'll be getting the worst winds of it. If it stays out in the Gulf, the north and east side of the system is usually the worst wind going on. So it's going to be between 60 and 80 or so. I've got a wind. I'm all set up. I've got my wind thermometer and everything. I can tell you the speed of and it's just going to be a lot of rain and wind. Really, is all it's going to be.
Yeah, probably.
I'm not excited. You can tell I'm excited about it, right?
You get those 60 to 80 mile an hour gusts. That's enough to cause some power outages. And I guess if it keeps moving at a pretty good clip, you shouldn't have too much concern of flooding. But all righty, thank you so much. Quick time out. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Good to see a sheriff's office with a sense of humor. Notice posted from, where is this, Monroe County? Monroe County Sheriff. I think that's in New York, actually. Got a photograph there of a coyote just kind of trotting down the road. We've been made aware of multiple coyote sightings within Monroe County. Typically, coyotes are nocturnal, but it's not uncommon to see them during the day. Merely seeing one is not a reason to call 911. What are we going to do? Now, there are certain behaviors that might be cause for alarm. Specifically, coyotes carrying any product marked Acme. Coyotes dropping anvils from hot air balloons. Coyotes posting signs such as detour or free birdseed. A coyote in possession of a giant magnet. Any coyote in possession of a catapult. A coyote detonating TNT. Or any coyote on roller skates with rockets attached. Please call 911 immediately if you witness any of the above behavior. But otherwise, I guess they're tired of getting inundated with calls for, hey, there's a coyote in the neighborhood. Don't call 911. All right. Because look out for the Roadrunner. All right, back to the phones here. What's going on this morning? Eagle, hi there.
Okay, yeah, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah. You know, Steve, I told you last week that I was gonna call you up after the holiday with a report on the Chicago situation. And what do you know? Chicago is completely out of control, Steve. I'm gonna give you these numbers. And then I'm going to tell you what I have to say about the mayor of Chicago. I think one person called her. She looks like a Tasmanian devil. So that's what she looks like. But like I said, Steve, the situation is totally out of control. You know, they took it to a whole nother level now in Chicago, Steve, if that was possible. But now I think they said over the 3-day work weekend, Steve, which is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, They said 90 people.
Yep.
That's right. 90 people were shot, gunned down, was shot in Chicago over the weekend. 15 of those people died. That's right. 15 people died. Also, they've taken it to a whole nother level. Now, first, they were just shooting at the regular citizens. Now, I think they said 4 police officers got shot over this 3-day period. 4 cops in Chicago. So now these criminals, thugs, gangsters, whatever you want to call them, now they starting to shoot the police. See, they don't even respect the police no more now. So this mayor, Beetlejuice is another guy called her. She had the nerve to say last week. Now she's taking it to another level. She's saying that the news media is picking on her because she's black and she's a woman. Because the news media are asking her, what is she going to do about the crime problem in Chicago? And that's absolutely nothing. So her defense is that, well, you wouldn't treat a man like this. You wouldn't treat a white man like this. Why are you asking me these questions about Chicago? Because Chicago is completely out of control. It's been out of control for years now, Steve. I told you this last week. You shouldn't have 90 people being shot over a 3-day period in the United States of America. This is supposed to be a civilized country. Those people are totally out of control in Chicago. They need to, like one guy said on, I'm looking at a YouTube video, the police can't handle the situation. It don't look like, or either they've been told to hands down, just lose the mayor and told these cops not to do the job, one of the two. So if that's the case, the military, well, like I said, if we had a president like Donald Trump would have been sent the military to Chicago and clean those streets up. But, you and I both know that Joe Biden's not going to send nobody into Chicago to do absolutely zero. So Chicago will continue to be out of control, and people will continue to be gunned down in the streets of Chicago because the mayor doesn't care, and we've already seen that Mr. Joe Biden and Camila, whatever you want to call her, she don't care either. She don't even care. She don't even care about the southern border down here with people coming through anytime they want to, and she ain't doing nothing to try to stop it, Steve. So we're in a bad situation, and all I can say for anybody that live in Chicago is God bless you, and if you got a way to get the hell out of Chicago and find somewhere else to live, you better go ahead and make your move and get out of Chicago. Yeah. Because I promise you, Chicago is a very dangerous city at this point. The city is totally out of control. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, no, many of these shootings apparently are just, you don't even necessarily have to be like a part of a gang or something. I mean, it sounds like anytime there's a group of people gathered, that just randomly people drive by and start unloading on the group standing there randomly. Just, hey, there's a group over there. Let's go shoot some people. I don't know if they're just getting their jollies out there doing drive-bys or what the case is. People just out randomly celebrating Independence Day to do some fireworks in a parking lot. Somebody drives up and starts shooting people. It's insanity. I get a quick news break here. Pappy got you coming up next. We'll get to the rubber duck and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As rescue efforts continue at the site of the collapsed condo tower in Surfside, Florida, officials are also turning their attention to the survivors and the families of those who have lost loved ones. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis talked Monday about the need for long-term mental health assistance for those people.
This is something that's very traumatic, so the mental health aspects are going to be very, very important, and this is something that is going to require long-term support. But I can tell you the support is there. Getting through some of the bureaucracy to channel that sometimes in situations like this, unfortunately, can be something that we have to do. But the support is there. This community, South Florida, all of Florida, and really people throughout the country have wanted to do it. And we were actually just speaking about ways, the mayor and I were just speaking about other ways that we can channel some of this generosity into relief efforts.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Yeah, I'm looking at the updated latest numbers from the Chicago Sun-Times. They hit that magical 99. I'm assuming this is about 2 hours ago, so 99 shot over the long 4th of July weekend, 17 dead. At least 11 children and 2 Chicago police supervisors 5 of the kids were shot in a 9-hour period, Sunday evening through early Monday, while people were out trying to celebrate doing the fireworks. Both the number of fatal shootings and the number of shootings overall, highs for the year 21. As of 5 p.m. yesterday, Monday afternoon, Chicago had recorded 2,000 shootings this year. 2,000. In one of the weekend incidents, a 15-year-old critically injured in a drive-by Monday evening about a little before 6. When a dark-colored vehicle drove by, someone inside pulled out a gun, fired shots. About a half hour earlier, a 48-year-old was arguing with someone in a home when he was shot and killed. That followed an incident when 2 people were killed, 4 wounded, including a 12-year-old girl and a 13-year-old boy, Washington Park on the south side. That happened about the same time that a 6-year-old girl and woman were shot. About 4 hours after an 11-year-old boy and a man were shot. Late Sunday afternoon, a 5-year-old girl shot in the leg. Washington shooting happened about 1 o'clock in the morning, Washington Park. A group of kids and adults had gathered outside in a parking lot, outside an apartment building to socialize and enjoy their fireworks. Someone in a car drove by their group and started shooting. 21-year-old shot twice in the head, a 26-year-old shot in the torso, pronounced dead at the University of Chicago Medical Center. 12-year-old struck in the buttocks, taken to the Children's Medical Center. 13-year-old shot in the hand. I mean, it goes on and on. Why? Why is this taking place? All right, well, what's going on, Pappy?
Steve, what a better night than go out and shoot some people than on the 4th of July.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And sometimes when you see these just random acts and you just ask yourself, there's no sense behind this. What the hell? It could be some gang initiation type stuff. Anytime you get initiated into a gang, you got to go out and commit a crime. You got to beat somebody, rob somebody, shoot somebody. But man, these numbers and the ages of these victims, I mean, Eagle summed it up perfect. Just absolute. Steve, the manpower it takes, just if you got one person shot. We had a shooting down in Addiston Sunday, and the manpower, he survived, but the manpower took us just to investigate that. And then what happened Sunday night here in Cincinnati, down there, the amount of manpower.
If I understand correctly, according to the Enquirer, I believe 78 Cincinnati police ended up on the scene there.
Yeah, I don't know, Steve. I mean, they put out an all-county broadcast, requesting available units from around the county, not just Cincinnati, to respond. The county ended up sending 4 officers down, I believe, down there, and other agencies responded also. But the amount of manpower that took, we ended up with 2 dead, 3 wounded, I believe it was.
Correct.
I didn't watch the news today.
Yeah, that was the final number. I mean, some of the initial reports were 9 people shot. I mean, that's, always get conflicting numbers early on. But, I guess initially they didn't know if it was like an ongoing active shooter down there or, what was going on. And when you say multiple people shot, you got to send in the infantry, right?
Yes, sir. And we're talking about 5 people, and now you're talking about Chicago with 90 people shot, 99.
99.
Steve, that boggles my mind.
Yeah.
That just boggles my mind on how that's going to bog down and tie down that police department. Unbelievable.
But hey, Steve, listen up. We got a whistleblower amongst us.
Whistleblower?
A whistleblower, Steve. Somehow word got out that I placed a large sum of U.S. currency on the Big Moose's victory at the Cincinnati SmackDown. My integrity is being in question here, Steve.
Uh-oh.
There's been accusations have been made that Pappy contacted fellow law enforcement officials in the great state of Kentucky and was instrumental in having a speed trap set up at the Kentucky-Ohio state line, Steve. You know, trying to get somebody stopped so they can't make it to the big SmackDown. Steve, first of all, you know, the vehicle being driven has to be able to even break the speed limit. And I don't know if that vehicle even had the capability of doing that.
So what's all this BS about 160? What's all this crap about 160 mile an hour?
I don't think a six-banger can go 160 miles an hour.
Somebody's exaggerating.
You know? It's my understanding there was 10 mason jars, right?
Yeah.
That's a clear liquid that smelled like pine saw or turpentine that was discovered in plain sight by Kentucky State troopers. As a result, the people were placed under arrest in accordance with Kentucky's moonshine ordinances. You know, what are they going to try to say that evidence was planted in this car now by me or something, Steve? You know, Steve, that's unethical to suggest that I would do such a thing. You know, and it's my understanding that a full-blown body cavity search is required before the arrestees can be released.
Uh-oh.
So that's my understanding what Kentucky state law is. Now, Steve, also, if I was behind this unethical plan, Steve, I set up a GoFundMe page to try to bail these people out. Unfortunately, we didn't raise enough money. So I guess they're still sitting in whatever little county hole they're in. But I still think there needs to be an investigation done, Steve. So I guess Big Moose is declared the winner due to a concedement because the other parties failed to show up. Is that correct?
If I had to make a wager, I'd almost guarantee Boink and Doink probably pulled into the police station and surrendered for fear of getting their ass stomped by the moose.
That's a pretty good bet. Pretty good bet. But hey, it was a great weekend, man. Great weekend. You know, you probably spent a lot of time taking the boxing ring down, you know, the mats down, the ropes that were all put up out there. Probably took a substantial amount of time to clean up Mr. Steve Sommers' yard.
You saw we had everything all nice and decked out. I mean, we were all ready to go 4th of July. I mean, it did take quite a while to clean up the street Sunday morning.
All right, but hopefully we'll get some more answers here, Steve. If we do, let me know.
All right. Thank you for the update. Appreciate all you've done over the weekend there, Pappy. Thanks for serving and protecting. As always, be safe out there. All right. It is 844-844-3388. You know, there's not everyone has a good holiday weekend. There are always tragedies, incidents, accidents, and as I mentioned, just getting the weekend started. You know, Friday, torrential rains causing numerous accidents and some fatal. 2 truck drivers losing their lives as they were actually trying to help at a previous crash scene in West Virginia. Going back Thursday morning, July the 1st, multiple agencies responding to I-81 about the 19-mile marker near the rest area. A crash involving one 18-wheeler and 4 passenger vehicles. Police said that an Infiniti vehicle traveling south lost control, crossed the median, crashing into a parked semi-truck. A southbound Hyundai SUV also lost control, crossed the median, struck the Infiniti, wedging the Infiniti under the truck's trailer. Several people stopped to help the crash victims, including 2 truckers, 53-year-old Adam Miller and 46-year-old Ashish Patel. As the 2 truckers were at the scene on foot, a southbound Nissan Pathfinder SUV driven by 47-year-old Jason Hooper lost control, crossed the median, and struck the truck drivers and the parked semi. Both Miller and Patel died at the scene. Hooper was taken to the hospital for life-threatening injuries. We had the heavy rain occurring at the time of, obviously, there's 3 separate vehicles hydroplaning. Probably was a stretch of that roadway there where you had excess ponding of water on the roadway and people were going too fast for conditions. You can't do 80 mile an hour in torrential rains. I don't get people. They think their vehicle, my vehicle's not going to hydroplane. Berkeley County Sheriff says our thoughts and prayers go out to the families, the pedestrians involved with this accident. Whom by their own drive to do the right thing, to try to help those in need, sacrifice their lives to help others. Then more of a positive story. Interesting, we were just talking this past day. I think Double R was talking about the bald eagles that he sees when he's traveling some places around the country. I think, Wanda was talking about seeing the bald eagles there in Tennessee. I said, I've never actually seen one out in the wild, only in a zoo kind of scenario. When this topic came up several months ago, I know several people called and said, there's a couple locations around the Cincinnati area where there are eagles nesting. I've not made the drive out to see them, but this particular story, truck drivers spend long hours, your eyes on the horizon, meaning you've not only spotted an American bald eagle soaring above, but in some cases actually played a part in keeping these animals safe and free. Sighting a bald eagle while out on the road is usually a very awe-inspiring event. But unfortunately, there are many dangers these birds have to face, especially when they live and fly close to busy highways. Many truckers have been called to action, saving eagles on the roadways from collisions with vehicles or making sure that they're released back out of the wild where they belong. Thank you to the patriotic truckers for protecting America's symbol of freedom. They share the story of a tow truck driver, Brian Garst, who was on an Alaskan highway when he noticed a commotion taking place on the side of the road. He pulled off the highway and realized the drivers of several trucks were looking at an eagle in the snow that wasn't moving. He trekked through the knee-deep snow, placed his coat over the eagle, picked it up, carried it back to the safety of his tow truck. The bird appeared to be malnourished and injured. Well, Brian took Tucker to the troopers, where he met folks from the bird sanctuary. Thank you to the first person that stopped, and thanks to Brian for stopping to check on everyone and rescuing this magnificent feathered friend, was the caption they posted on Facebook. That eagle was taken to the Wild Bird Rehabilitation Center in Houston before then being placed at the Bird Treatment and Learning Center in Anchorage, Alaska, ultimately to be released back into the wild upon recovery. So, the symbol of American freedom, one of those symbols. I thought that was pretty interesting over the 4th of July weekend. 9 before the hour, we'll get back to your calls ahead at 844-844 3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here on a Tuesday that kind of feels like a Monday. Then in Columbus, Ohio over the weekend. Guess you've got kind of a sad story. The goalie of the Columbus Blue Jackets goaltender passing away. Medical examiners said an autopsy determined that he died of chest trauma from an errant fireworks mortar blast rather than a fall, as authorities previously had reported. Police in Novi, Michigan said the mortar-style firework tilted slightly and started to launch toward people Sunday night. The 24-year-old was in a hot tub and tried to get clear with several other people. But he was struck. Fire department and EMTs got to the private home shortly after 10 p.m., took him to the hospital, but he was pronounced dead. Prior to the autopsy, they thought he may have slipped and hit his head on the concrete while running from a malfunctioning firework. At the moment, we're pretty certain this was a tragic accident. The Blue Jackets And the Latvian Hockey Federation announcing his death. The NHL club saying it resulted from an apparent head injury in a fall. The team statement made no mention of fireworks. Columbus general manager tweeted, "Life is so precious and can be so fragile. Hug your loved ones today." R.I.P. Mattish, you'll be dearly missed. Blue Jackets president of hockey operations said this is a devastating time for the team, obviously. Kivy was an outstanding young man who greeted every day and everyone with a smile. The impact he had during his 4 years with the team will never be forgotten. What a tragic loss for all of us that knew him. I'm thinking and praying for the family. According to the Blue Jackets captain there, Heaven gained a damn good goalie and a better person just way too soon. Some say it was kind of a brutal wake-up call. Good kid, had a lot of a talent. Was going to be part of the team next year and in the future. His death on the eve of Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final in Montreal, where the Tampa Bay Lightning had a chance to clinch the championship against the Canadiens Monday night. So, these kind of things happen, and all right, with that, let's get back to the calls. Rubber Duck hanging in there. What's going on, Rubber Duck?
Wow. Boy, that sucks.
Yeah.
That was messed up. But, we were doing a finger count earlier. Not that damn. But anyway, hi, buddy.
Hey there.
Happy the 6th of July.
Mm-hmm.
We have been blessed and been busy as one-armed paper hangers with alligators chasing us with the towing. And today I had some college graduate students from China that attend University of Michigan. One's an auto designer, the other's a software and app designer. And the conversation that we had in the 3-hour drive going up there, it dispels everything that the media tries to stick down our throats, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It does. They see us fighting and they don't understand it, because we have so much freedom and we can do things that we can do that they can't. They can get called back to the country at any time, even though they're going to school, they said.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to be back in 48 hours. And I thought that was kind of strange, but anyway, they were great kids. We talked, we touched every bit of everything. Had some good rock and roll playing in the background. They discovered Led Zeppelin and Metallica today.
Wow.
They'd never heard Metallica. And the cool thing was we came up to a really good traffic jam. And I know a lot of guys don't have CBs on, and I was in rollback, so I didn't have a CB. Turned the fairways on, threw the beacon lights on. To flash the yellow lights, let everybody know behind us, hey, man, stop doing 90 miles an hour, and I swear that's like the average flow of traffic these days.
Wow.
They just go zipping by us at least 20 miles an hour above. We lost a record driver in your area in Cincinnati over the weekend. He succumbed to his injuries.
I was informed about that. My son was actually on the scene of that situation. The tow truck driver was actually out there trying to hook somebody's vehicle up and got hit by a DUI, hit by a drunk driver, killed on the scene.
He's the 26th driver we've lost already this year. The 26th wrecker operator on the side of the highway that we've lost. Not to mention the two heroes that you just spoke of earlier up on I-81 in Virginia. But the one gentleman, he said, there has to be a way to integrate, if you turn that switch on in your truck with those lights on, that it sends a signal to anybody that's using a GPS. I said, well, the problem is everybody uses so many different GPSs. I use Google Maps on the phone when I'm driving, unless I'm in the big truck. And then, I have to do, my truck GPS. But I do so much short stuff. It's just easier just to put it in the phone. But he was interested in, because they had an accident because of an aggressive driver, ran them off the wall. And him riding with me and seeing how I would slow down and read traffic and do this, he said he had a total different outlook. And then his other thing was the 4th of July. He was stuck in our little town, and they got to come to our parade, and they got to see the World War II veterans and the marching bands and the flags, and my little town had so much life and so much everybody working and being happy together yesterday after not having it for a year. And I'm sorry we couldn't be there with you, but it was an amazing thing that brought tears to your eyes. And they even said it. They said, now we see what America is about and why you people are so passionate.
How about that?
Man, that was like the Baltimore Orioles and Brooks Robinson hitting the Grand Slam home run and winning a World Series, man.
Yeah. Wow.
Two totally opposite worlds. Now, the one thing, though, they did keep their masks on when they were in the truck with me. I've had my vaccine because of the amount of people that I deal with. I had to give in. And that's really not been an issue.
Mm-hmm.
But when they were together with each other, they did not have it on. But yet they had the same heavy smoker's cough that I have. But neither one of them smoked.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, people in China, they've been wearing masks for years over there anyway, because the air quality is so bad. I mean, yeah, the air quality, especially in some of the industrial areas over there, it's probably worse than being a pack-a-day smoker. Just breathe in the air. But hey, I'm a little bit late for my news update, top of the hour. Good to hear from you, Rubber Duck. We've got available lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As rescue efforts continue at the site of the collapsed condo tower in Surfside, Florida, officials are also turning their attention to the survivors and the families of those who have lost loved ones. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis talked Monday about the need for long-term mental health assistance for those people.
This is something that's very traumatic, so the mental health aspects are going to be very, very important, and this is something that is going to require long-term support. But I can tell you the support is there. Getting through some of the bureaucracy to channel that sometimes in situations like this, unfortunately, can be something that we have to do. But the support is there. This community, South Florida, all of Florida, and really people throughout the country have wanted to do it. And we were actually just speaking about ways, the mayor and I were just speaking about other ways that we can channel some of this generosity into relief efforts.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas will travel to Guatemala Tuesday to meet with members of the Guatemalan government, a month after Vice President Kamala Harris made the same trip as part of her duties to try to stem the flow of migrants to the U.S. border. Former Acting ICE Director Ron Vitello says that working with the Northern Triangle countries is good, but won't stop the surge. He tells Fox News that the root cause of the surge is the reversal of Trump-era policies.
I suppose there's potential there, but the root cause of this surge that's on the border and this uncontrolled pipeline is the reversal of the policies that were allowing people to wait in Mexico for their asylum claims, the accords with the Northern Triangle about asylum reforms. The root cause of this problem, the root cause of the chaos, is because they reversed those policies. Now, working with Guatemala, working with the Northern Triangle on governance and anti-corruption activities, that's all good and well and good, but that's not going to stop the surge that's occurring on the border right now. We've encouraged people to send or bring their children to the border, and the root cause of the chaos is the reversal of these policies.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
As more and more states relax some of their COVID-19 restrictions, not all restaurants will be ready for your next visit. John Clemens explains.
The big issue is the labor shortages, not to mention the pressures on the supply chain. Restaurant industry expert Chris DeRode is with SSCP Management, which currently owns or operates 60-plus commercial real estate properties, the 300-unit CC's Pizza brand, the Roy's Hawaiian Fusion fine dining chain, and hundreds of Applebee's and Sonics.
There was a pizza place a couple weeks ago, someone told me about a big chain, I'll leave them unnamed, who didn't have cheese. They're a pizza place. So there are significant issues happening out there with the supply chain.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And Tajikistan has mobilized military forces to secure its border as Afghan security forces advance into the country. More than 1,000 Afghans crossed the border as Taliban fighters advanced to the area. Tajik President Emomali Rahman has called up 20,000 reservists in response to the fighting on his country's border. Rahman has also called on the leaders of several countries in the area to meet to discuss the situation, including Russia's Vladimir Putin. The actions coming as the U.S. has been accelerating its withdrawal from Afghanistan. And the Stanley Cup Finals will continue after the Montreal Canadiens beat the Tampa Bay Lightning 3-2 in overtime of Game 4 of the series. The Habs now trail in the best-of-7 series 3-1. Game 5 is back in Tampa on Wednesday night. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, in our conversation with the cool breeze down in Florida, talking about the demolition crew that came in over the weekend to bring down the remaining structure of that collapsed condo in Surfside, Florida. Explosives set off 10:30 p.m. A controlled operation, officials said, that will actually aid in the search and rescue efforts for the remaining 121 victims, still missing, again, since June the 24th. Yeah, the detonation was also to manage the risks of the damaged building falling on its own as Tropical Storm Elsa approaches. According to the mayor, we want to make sure we control which way the building falls, not a hurricane, making that determination. All right, the death toll, officially confirmed, I believe it's up to 27 now. They brought the building down in a westward direction, so the rescue and search area on the other side, where there could be potential survivors, was not affected. He emphasized the operation is still a search and rescue. They have not gone to just recovery efforts yet at this point in time. This rescue effort, as far as I'm concerned, will go on till everybody's pulled out of the debris. The demolition crews worked through the day Saturday, drilling the holes for the explosives to bring the building down. All right, they were able to resume their rescue operation between 30 minutes and an hour after the demolition. Now, speaking to reporters Sunday, the mayor there explained that the detonation method was called energetic felling. Uses small, strategically placed explosives, which ultimately relies mostly on gravity to bring the building down in place. That would bring the tower down and away from the debris, which would allow for an expanded search to other areas that had not been accessible before. He made that order, I guess, an emergency order on Friday to demolish the remaining part of the building. Now, they had engineers out there. They'd been watching. There were concerns that building was, they had areas, some of the primary structures that were cracking, and they were concerned it may just come down on its own. So they made the call to bring it down in a safe fashion, which they successfully did over the weekend. Hey, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Let's see. I sent you a text message to try to get directions there, but I ended up on that 275 loop there for a whole bunch of time. But here, let's see if we can do this. Anyways, with Boink and Doink there's one other thing that I haven't heard a report of that I'd heard a possibility of. They had in tow one of them campers. Remember a while back when Boink there bought that Camaro and he was in all kinds of trouble because of spending money and he needed ways to make money, and I suggested that he get a camper and run one of those little houses of, what do you call that, ill repute?
Right.
You remember that?
Uh-huh.
So supposedly he had one of them campers in tow, and when they were pulled over, I believe there was also charges of human trafficking. Now, I don't know if you had any updates or any information whether there was human trafficking charges involved there with towing that camper with that house of ill repute, or otherwise known as the best little whorehouse in Georgia?
I have not got the full report as of yet. No.
All right. Well, maybe you can keep us up to date there on that. So, but yeah, we had a little issue there. We were supposed to have the 5 hours of Horse Feathers with the sing along yesterday, and I know Knuckle Buster, he was already with the Mac Davis song, and there was a bunch of other ones out there, And I got Wolf Creek Pass. If you want, I can do that right now. I can do Wolf Creek Pass for you now if you want.
I think we'll take a rain check on that. It's
all right. No, me and Earl were hauling chickens on a flatbed out of Wiggins.
Right.
Anyways, now from my understanding here, they were arrested in Kentucky. Now does this Kentucky Ken that's been calling into you and texting you and emailing you, did he have anything to do with that arrest? Do we know if he's an arresting officer?
I know he's over there in northern Kentucky. If he was involved, he's being quiet about it, secretive.
All right. All right. So I guess everything else went all right there. But I did text you because as I say, I was out there on that 275 loop there. I went around like a half dozen times there the other morning, and I texted you. Did you get my text message saying I was there and needed directions?
Well, you know,
loop?
I actually
Where to go?
I got the message way after the fact. It was too late. I don't think I checked my messages on the 4th at all.
All right. Well, as I say, I was trying to get that. So, but anyway, well, I'm glad to hear everything else all went pretty good there and that. So, but so Big Moose must have been there drinking the blast. Did you have any cleanup from the splats at all after all the fireworks displays?
We just made sure there was an extra plunger there by the commode. I'm not sure if you needed it or not.
All right. So, but no, other than that, everything was pretty good. Other than that, I guess. So, looked like Colton was a little confused Monday morning there with the replay going on of the best of the interviews and everything. So he was wanting you to answer the phone.
He was first out of the box, and he wanted to call in.
Oh, he was first. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he was trying to get you to answer the phone. So, but anyways, there. I don't know. One other question here: Did H&H Enterprises have anything to do with the fireworks display going on at Ocean City, Maryland?
You know, if they were setting things up, that would kind of be self-explanatory, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I'm thinking H&H. Did you see that story out there?
I wanted to get the update from you. What the latest was. I mean, I saw the video on Facebook. That obviously they somehow detonated early. Was there anybody injured or anything? I mean, that beach was full of people.
As far as civilians go, no. They had it all quarantined off there. I don't know, what do you call that? Had it all roped off there with a safety zone, and they didn't allow spectators or local pedestrians and all that in the area where the truck was being offloaded at. And but I guess there was a couple minor injuries. They didn't either people didn't want to admit to it or didn't want to be taken to a hospital, but no, nobody, but there were a couple workers that I guess had minor injuries. But yeah, somebody had oops moment there and did something for the mortar and somehow or another ignited the whole fireworks show at what, 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning.
Was it that early? I didn't realize it was that early in the day. Jeez.
Yeah, it was first thing in the morning. It might have been like 9, I don't know, but it was well before lunch. It was well before lunchtime. So the 4th of July fireworks, instead of being at 9 o'clock at night, were before lunch. So, but I guess it looked like it was quite the display. There was a bunch of cell phone captures of the DA moment of the weekend.
Yeah, and a massive plume of smoke, and most of them didn't get off the ground. I mean, I'm guessing they didn't even have them in the tubes yet.
I don't know how many of them were even out of the back of the truck. The whole back of the truck was burned up. So as I say, I don't even know how many they had out of the back of the truck. And supposedly they were supposed to have enough fireworks to do 2 shows. They were supposed to have an early and a late show or something, but they had enough for two shows that got contained in that pile of and what ended up being debris when they got done with it there on the beach. And
wow.
I guess the investigation continues. And by the sounds of Baltimore, it sounds like Baltimore was trying to keep up with Chicago over the weekend. They had a good share too. So maybe you want to check into Baltimore's numbers, see what they all had going. I didn't even bother, didn't even care. It's just crazy, insane, and just ain't even worth going there if you don't have any reason to. There's no reason to come visit, associate, or anything like that. Just keep your money and drive on by. So, but I guess other than that, we'll be looking for more reports there on Boink and Doink, and I could understand the issue if the bottoms of that Barney costume were on backwards with that tail sticking out there, waving out through the T-tops or whatever. I could understand all that. So yeah, it doesn't sound good there. So But the good thing is I think didn't the Democrats shut down all the coal mines so they don't have to worry about being in the coal mines?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So all right. Well, very good, then, Your Honor. We'll check in with you a little later, and maybe we'll come up with a couple more songs there. I think I can do Phantom 309 for you there. I was out on the West Coast trying to make a buck. So
well, why don't you?
Anyway,
I want you to brush up on Where's the Truck. Remember that? I think that was Dave Dudley and was that Joe Jubilee, the other guy on there?
Was it Red Simpson did that? Was it Dave Dudley and Red Simpson did that?
I can't.
Possibly.
I can't remember. Let's see. Where's the Truck?
Yeah, Where's the Truck? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. All right. Well, good to hear from you. Horse Feather's got to get a quick break in here as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Hey, plenty of room for you. Jump on in here at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, there you go. We are back at it here. We'll get some more of our traveler's weather coming up here. As everybody kind of gets settled in, back to the old grind. So the question, Roger Friedman says, what year is this? Last I checked, it was 2021. Well, over the weekend, if you looked at the musical charts, you'd never know what year it is. Queen's Greatest Hits went to number 1 on iTunes. And Joni Mitchell's Blue is number 2 on iTunes. They are from 1981 and 1971, respectively. Now, Roger said, I was 16 in 1973. And I'm trying to imagine music from, say, 1923 and 33 suddenly somehow becoming popular. And I can't. ABBA, Journey, Fleetwood Mac are all also in the top 50. Creedence Clearwater Revival's Greatest Hits is number 14. It's been in the top 10 for weeks, as well as 4 of their singles. Are we in some sort of a time warp? Everybody going back to the old tunes, right? Well, I mean, personally, I'm thinking maybe it's because today's music sucks. Who wants to, I mean, most people would rather hear the good. They don't make them like they used to, right? I would suspect that's probably the key reason right there. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Welcome back, Eagle.
Okay, yeah, I want to say this, Steve. I don't want your callers to think, when I call in about the Chicago situation, I don't have no solution to how to stop the problem, because that's what I'm going to talk about next, is what they can do to stop the violence in Chicago. I was just looking at a YouTube video on my phone about all the shootings that's taking place, like I told you in the first call. So here's what I think should go down. First of all, to clean up the streets of Chicago. First of all, this mayor, Lori Lightfoot, or whatever her name is, should be run out of town. She should be fired. She don't even deserve the right. She don't even deserve the right to resign. She doesn't even deserve the right to just walk out on her own. She deserves to be kicked out of town because of all the death. I want to add up all the deaths that's don't occurred in Chicago. I'd love to know what that number is, Steve. How many people have been shot since she's been the mayor? So like I said before, she doesn't even deserve to resign the position. She deserves to be kicked out of town, forced out of town, and never step foot in the city of Chicago again, as far as I'm concerned. But so Steve, here's my solution to the situation in Chicago. Like I said, if we had a real president, unlike the man that's the empty suit that's in the White House right now, because that's what he is, an empty suit. We had a real man in the White House, a legitimate president, which is Donald Trump. But what they should do, Steve, they should have a dawn to dusk curfew. I ain't talking about the whole city of Chicago. I'm talking about the hot spots, the inner city areas where all these shootings are taking place with innocent little 5-6 year old kids. I told you the story of I think a 7 or 8 year old girl that was shot like 3 or 4 months ago in Chicago in a McDonald's drive-through. A car, her and her father was trying to get some McDonald's meal, and somebody pulled up beside the car and started shooting. They was trying to gun down her father, and one of the bullets hit the girl, and now she's dead. A young, less than 10 years old, now she's dead because of somebody's stupidity. But like I said, Steve, they need to have a dawn to dusk curfew. That's right. Nobody hits the streets in the inner city areas. You hit the streets, we hit the streets. Is the way I look at it. You got law enforcement, you got the National Guard, you got the military, whatever it takes. Like I said, if you leave your apartment or home or wherever you get planning on going, you better be going to a job. You better have a good reason for you to be out on the streets at night in Chicago. Are you going to jail? Simple as that. We have a zero tolerance policy. And see the mayor of Chicago, she don't think like this, Steve, and that's the reason why Chicago will continue to be the laughing stock of not just the United States but the whole world. That's right, the laughing stock. People all over the world are laughing at how out of control Chicago is. It's embarrassing. So like I said, like I said, they need to take a stance like that. Like I said, Steve, you hit the streets, we hit the streets. There's no reason for somebody to be out at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning up to no good, because that's what they're doing, is up to no good. You got people being drive-by shooters. You got kids that's sleeping in their own beds, minding their own business, ain't bothering nobody, and somebody pull up to their house and just start shooting. They don't care who gets shot. If you one of the unlucky persons in the house that gets shot, that's your problem, the way they look at it. So the way I look at it is, if you thinking like that, then you need to be behind bars. And like I said, Steve, I don't like to compare human beings to animals, but at this point, I'm going to do that, because I want to ask you a question, Steve. What would happen if you went to the local zoo in Cincinnati, where you at, or Chicago, or Texas, where I'm at, and took all the bars off of all the cages that these animals were caged in, the bears, the lions, these dangerous animals, and you just took all the cages off? Those animals would come out of those cages and just go wild, because that's what they're supposed to do, because that's the only way you can control these animals, is to put them in cages. So at this point, Steve, those people, as far as I'm concerned, I don't care who gets offended, those people are acting like animals, and the only way I see to control the situation is to put them behind bars where they belong, and that's in a jail cell. And anybody that think that I'm wrong for saying that, all you got to do, all these losers that's out there saying defund the police, take the police off the street. I want to, instead of 90 people, like I told you last week, Steve, all these losers that say they don't want the police on the street, instead of 90 people being shot over a 3-day period, maybe we'll jump that number up to about 300 or 400, maybe 500 people in a 3-day period. And I wonder if these so-called people that hate the police so much, I wonder when they turn on the local TV station and see 300 people gunned down in a 3-day period. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Hey, good to hear from you once again. Thanks for checking in. Plenty of room for you on a Tuesday morning here. Following up on the heels of a July 4. Hope you had a great Independence Day weekend. And the line's available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Search and rescue crews found 4 more victims in the rubble of the collapsed Florida condominium tower on Monday, as thunderstorms from the outer bands of Tropical Storm Elsa slowed rescue efforts. The death toll now stands at 28, with 117 residents remaining unaccounted for. The additional discoveries coming after the portion of the building that had remained standing after the initial collapse was demolished Sunday night. Officials say the demolition of the remaining structure was accelerated by the approach of Elsa, and concerns that winds from the storm could further damage or bring down the remaining section of the building. Rescuers say the demolition has allowed them to search the entire area for the first time. And an NHL player has died after an accident at a holiday gathering. Police in Novi, Michigan say Columbus Blue Jackets goalie Matis Kivlenieks died of chest trauma after being struck by a malfunctioning fireworks mortar. Kivlenieks was 24. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our Energy Factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Yeah, apparently some scary moments over a busy travel weekend at Newark Airport. Some sort of a emergency sparked an evacuation. People kind of panicked. Passengers screaming, running from the building, falling downstairs. This past morning, about 10:30 Monday morning, Terminal C was being evacuated. Some of the images from the scene, though, show people standing on the side of the street after reportedly being told to leave the building. Yeah, people screaming, running, falling down steps. Some were mid-check-in, were actually barefoot outside. Just 100% total chaos. Some reports claim someone shouted "run" before hiding behind a crew desk. The airport quickly took to Twitter to confirm the incident was under control. Apparently, a customer had exited through a security door or something of that nature. The Port Authority Police Department did respond to the scene anyway, but it was really just minutes after the evacuation. Police began to tell passengers they could go back inside the airport, get back to business. But in this day and age, frightening. At the airports, we've seen crazy things happen. Was it the Orlando Fort Lauderdale, Orlando? I can't remember which one. A couple of years ago, when they had the shooting that occurred there in the terminal. Meanwhile, travelers, much of the central and eastern portions of Texas, you've seen copious amounts of rain over the last several weeks. Rain is likely to fall a bit further west in Texas this week. But it may be too much of a good thing. A few downpours are likely to start the week in south central Texas, southern Texas, and northern Mexico, due to very moist air to the south of a cold front. That front's expected to fall apart sometime later today, but that's not going to spell an end to the rain. In fact, it's just the beginning. An area of low pressure over south central Texas is going to be cut off from the jet stream. And when that happens, the weather systems, they move very slowly. Therefore, areas of good weather tend to last in a particular location for several days, but it also means wet weather can last for multiple days. The worst of the impacts will likely be confined to far southern Texas. Northeastern Mexico will really be the main bullseye for torrential rains. Rain will fall through much of the week. But the low's going to be moving into Mexico. That'll cause the heaviest rain to fall in places like Monterrey. Days of drenching downpours will lead to flooding concerns across the Gulf Coast and much of northern Mexico. As the rain begins, any waterways that may be running low, given what had been dry conditions, are going to be replenished. Eventually, some are going to have some issues. Area rivers and streams may swell to concerning levels as the result of almost a full week straight of rainfall. The greatest risk is going to be in the higher elevation, saturated ground in the mountainous terrain, especially in northern Mexico, can become unstable. And you see mudslides. Not only is the rain expected to last multiple days, but the high moisture content of the air could lead to several inches of rain in a very short period of time. Adding to the flooding risk, some areas in northern Mexico may be looking at 20 inches of rain between now and Friday. I mean, that would be something akin to a tropical storm sort of system, just kind of parking over an area. Undoubtedly, they're going to see some pretty significant flooding. All right, back at it here at 844-3388. Hey, good morning, Kentucky Ken. How we doing out there?
Hey, great. I'm doing great. They had a very, very busy weekend doing what I do currently, but doing well. I think it was horse feathers. I was getting back in the cruiser and heard my name come up about an incident, but I didn't hear what he was referring to. I worked the whole weekend. This is sort of my Friday. Yeah. So if you could enlighten me on that, I'll let him know what I know.
Well,
I'll let the listeners know what I know.
Apparently, Boink and Doink made it all. They didn't quite make it into Ohio. Right there, somewhere in northern Kentucky. Yeah, they ended up getting in a chase, and then they're in the pokey down there some way. His question was, were you the arresting officer by chance?
No, I was not. And I can tell you, if it happened over the night hours, we did not. We did have two chases the other night, but one was apprehended, and the other one they got away. And that was to the city of the north of where I serve.
Oh, okay.
So no, I didn't get no Boink and Doink.
You're not familiar with you're not aware of anybody like dressed like Barney the dinosaur or Woody from Toy Story being in the pokey there?
No. And it was a busy weekend though. It was just the weather was good and it was hot and there was a lot of partying going on. I'll just say that. I'm glad it's winding down now, Steve.
I mean, that crazy incident down there on the river. I mean, I think that they even had some Northern Kentucky law enforcement responding down there, didn't they?
That is correct, because we were covering South Covington because they had to block the bridges, both the suspension bridge and the Clayway Bailey. And that happened early, like I think that call went out at like 11:13 p.m. So that's just tragic, and that's that whole ordeal. You know, young kids and guns, and they don't care where them bullets fly. Just a daggone shame. So it crazy, just the crazy world we live in. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I mean, nothing.
Hey, I do have. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, well, nothing like Chicago anyway. I mean, can you imagine 99 shootings in a holiday week? How in the hell does law enforcement keep up with what's going on there?
I don't know. I truly don't know, because I can tell you that the city I'm working now is not near as busy as the one I worked for 20 years, and that's directly across from Cincinnati. And I can just tell you, just for one shooting, they're going to have two detectives respond. They're going to have several units to do a canvass of the area to try to obtain evidence and statements. And I mean, it would be a nightmare. I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
I just can't, because, and even Cincinnati, they're shooting, their shootings are up this year too. So it's just a scary world. It truly is.
Yes, sir.
Truly scary. Hey, I did want to mention to you, actually this morning I have an appointment. I am enrolling in a 4-week certified course for Class A CDL. And I'm going to absolutely look at that as my next love. I drove 8 years before. I did this for 33. So I have a meeting this morning. I'm going to pay for that school and see where it goes. That's all I can do. So
wow.
Yep, big change. But I, if I'm going to do it, I got to do it now before I'm 60, and I feel good. I'm still in pretty good shape for an older fella, but I think it's about my time.
Yeah, still a dangerous occupation, but I mean, not quite the situation you're in right now.
No, that's for sure. And I have a love for it. I still want to work. I'm not ready to retire in any way, shape, or form. So I just, what I'm doing now is a young puppy's game, and I'm not a young pup anymore. That's for sure. But it's been a good ride, and I'm looking forward to my next one.
All right. Well, hope all goes well. Thanks for checking in this morning. Glad to have you out there tuned in as always, Kentucky Ken.
Yes, sir. Have a great night, guys. Be safe.
Thanks for serving and protecting. Hey, don't forget, it was our 4th of July weekend celebration. Got a special deal going on there at Hot Shot Secret. If you've been contemplating ordering some product, now might be a good time to do so. Today's the final day, though. For everyone that places an order, you got the chance to win what they're calling a Freedom Box. You have the freedom to run the best, the 4th of July celebration. 4 shoppers, actually 4, will win a Freedom Box, which is over a $100 value of Hot Shot Secret products. They talked about that on their Hot Shot Secret Facebook Live show. Yeah, Kyle and Josh actually sat down this past Thursday as we were heading into the holiday weekend. So check that out. You can go back and always watch the podcast via the Hot Shot Secret Facebook or YouTube pages. Get a quick timeout. Return with more at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive. with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I shared the video link. I guess Hannity was talking about it, and so many others. Got video of Joe Biden at some little convenience store or something. Yeah, a reporter on the scene, I guess one of the pool reporters. I kind of asked him a random question about this massive ransomware attack that occurred over the weekend. And kind of a typically confused Joe Biden actually had to pull out a little notebook and kind of go through his pre-scripted answers to find the answer to the question. Is confused Joe pulls out his notes to answer a question on Russia. I mean, his the cognitive abilities are just not there. Gone. But yeah, well, yeah, I'll tell you more on that. I think the doctor that a couple weeks ago that was actually Obama and Donald Trump's, I guess, White House physician, whatever, calling for, again, a cognitive test for Joe Biden. He had to do one for Trump there several years ago, and they were trying to say, Trump was irrational. His cognitive ability, something's wrong with Trump. He passed the cognitive test with flying colors. I wonder how old Sleepy Joe would pass. He wouldn't pass. Don't even have to ask about that. But hey, what's happening this morning, Philip?
Oh, not much, bud. Just storm watching. How you doing?
Yeah, storm watching. What do you think? I get some rain, some wind there?
Yeah, I think we're going to get some rain. We get a little bit of wind. It kind of went the way I thought it was going to go. I thought it was going to run up the side of the state like that. A lot of the models were trending that way, and then it kept pushing to the west. So let's just hope it goes that way. I just don't feel good for those folks up in towards Pensacola and the Bend up there, Cedar Key, because they're going to get the blunt of it probably. But it's not a big storm, Steve. It's just kind of a blob storm if you look at it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's not definitely, you don't have the well-defined circulation and all. You got kind of a ragtag system.
Yeah, it doesn't have that buzzsaw look. You know, you look at it, it looks like a saw blade. That's when it's right.
When they're wrapped
and
up.
everything's right. But the thing is that kind of got to watch is when it goes up into that Gulf, it's going to hit that warm water because it's about, I think, 82, 83 degrees out there in the Gulf right now. So it's going to hit a lot more warm water when it gets out if it holds out further west. So when it goes in, it's going to be a little bit more stronger. But that's the only thing you got to be careful with when she runs over that warm water. But Eagle was kind of, I mean, he was right in his assumption about Chicago. Chicago is a rough place. The problem with a lot of these cities, I heard Kentucky, the guy from Kentucky talking to him. I wanted to thank him for his service. But those places, a lot of those places are just so damn corrupt with the law enforcement that's there is corrupt with the gangs that are there, and the business continues on, if you know what I mean, Steve. So they need to get rid of that aspect of the situation to calm it down. I mean, you look at it, Chicago, they had one individual that owned a house and 8 people got shot in the house. 4 of those people were passed away. And the city was suing them because he was, having parties and gambling activities, all kinds of illegal stuff going on. And he's a law enforcement officer. He should know better than that. He's making almost $90,000 a year. So he's suspended right now with pay, which I don't understand. But, stuff like that shouldn't happen in the real world. What do you think?
Yeah,
Steve?
no doubt. Yeah. I hadn't caught that story.
Yeah, that happened a few weeks ago. Chicago PD officer owned the house. They knew there was illegal activity happening in the house. They had parties. It was a meeting place more than it was of a house. And had 8 people get shot. 4 of those people passed away.
Mm.
Now, he's a law enforcement officer. He owns it. And it's a known area. That's the biggest thing. It's a known area. Why aren't they shutting him down? Why aren't they pulling him out of his position and getting rid of him? Or, even worse, convicting him of what's going on in his house. So it is what it is. But corruption is big time up there, and it's a lot of the big cities. It isn't just Chicago. I mean, it's a lot of the bigger cities. I mean, Jim mentioned earlier about Cincinnati. Cincinnati, I'm pretty sure it's got some pretty rough spots in it too. I mean,
sure.
That's what gets me about a lot of these cities. A lot of these cities, they know where the rough spots are, Steve, but they don't want to go in there and handle business to take care of it, And defunding the police is not going to solve the situation. I don't care what any of them says. So, but that's pretty much all I got to say about that one. What'd you think about when they dropped that building down in Miami the other night before this storm come up?
Very interesting. I guess they had everybody for several blocks kind of like evacuated just to be safe kind of thing.
Yeah, they had it all cleared out. If you go on YouTube, there's a lot of interesting cams and different cameras and different angles, when they dropped it. The people that lived there in that portion of the building, they basically lost everything too as well. I mean, they didn't have time to get their stuff and get out. They told them to get out of the building immediately when the other side of it fell down. So there was some angry people in that building. They've lost pets because they just left their pets behind. They left all their, personal belongings behind, their pictures, that kind of stuff, sacred. They didn't have time to grab any of their stuff. They just basically got the clothes on their back, told them to get out of that building as quick as they could. So they lost a lot of stuff too. So there's some more displaced people. I mean, they were displaced anyway, but even more now. It's going to hurt a lot more to those folks, and I feel for them. But they basically blew up the bottom of the building and made it cave in such a way to where it was going away from the other side that had fallen down. If you look at the pictures, I don't know if you saw that or not, Steve. So, but that's all I got today, bud. I know it's the top of the hour, and you have a good one, man. Thank you very much.
All right, good to have you with us. Thanks for checking in there down in the Sunshine State, where they're going to see some liquid sunshine, probably starting later today, according to the forecasts. All right, yeah, we're looking at 3:01 Eastern, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Search and rescue crews found 4 more victims in the rubble of the collapsed Florida condominium tower on Monday as thunderstorms from the outer bands of Tropical Storm Elsa slowed rescue efforts. The death toll now stands at 28, with 117 residents remaining unaccounted for. The additional discoveries coming after the portion of the building that had remained standing after the initial collapse was demolished Sunday night. Officials say the demolition of the remaining structure was accelerated by the approach of Elsa, and concerns that winds from the storm could further damage or bring down the remaining section of the building. Rescuers say the demolition has allowed them to search the entire area for the first time. And an NHL player has died after an accident at a holiday gathering. Police in Novi, Michigan say Columbus Blue Jackets goalie Matis Kivlenieks died of chest trauma after being struck by a malfunctioning fireworks mortar. Kivlenieks was 24. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
During remarks at an Independence Day celebration, President Biden said that the coronavirus no longer controlled the lives of Americans. But some health experts say that they're still worried about a combination of the more transmissible Delta variant of the virus and pockets of the country that have low vaccination rates. Dr. Peter Hotez is the Dean of Tropical Medicine at the Baylor College of Medicine and tells CNN that while progress is being made, there are still areas of the nation being hit hard by the virus.
Well, it's certainly true, well, for some segments of the country, maybe most segments of the country, but we now have these areas that have ongoing outbreaks and are extremely vulnerable. And they're areas where 2 things are going on. One, where vaccination rates are low, and the Delta variant occupies a significant percentage of the virus isolates. So, for instance, in Missouri, 53% of the virus isolates are the Delta variant. Low vaccination rates. Guess what? People are now going into intensive care units in southern Missouri.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. Yeah. The new Edgar Bergenauer with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
Some health experts argue that conflicting messages over mask wearing and fully vaccinated people are causing confusion in a critical stage of the pandemic. Tim Berg has more.
White House Chief Medical Advisor Tony Fauci said that fully vaccinated Americans should go the extra step and wear masks when traveling to parts of the country with low vaccination rates. Fauci's comments are at odds with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky, who said that fully vaccinated Americans are safe from the variants that are circulating in the United States. When it comes to wearing masks in states with low vaccination rates, Dr. Mark Siegel, Fox News medical contributor, reminds everyone.
In Mississippi, there's been less than 200 new cases a day over the past week, with only 3 deaths over the entire week. In Wyoming, less than 80 new cases a day with 1 death over the entire week. So if you're in Wyoming or Mississippi, which don't have the kind of vaccine compliance I want or Dr. Fauci wants, what's the chances that you're going to bang into this virus if you're fully vaccinated? Almost zero. So it sends the wrong message, and it gets in the way of a doctor like me trying to convince my patients to get the vaccine.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson says most COVID restrictions in England will be lifted later this month. Johnson said face mask requirements and social distancing rules would be scrapped on July 19th. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, coming up, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines. What's going on out there as we make our way into the 6th day of July. Summertime, summertime. Well, with summertime comes heat waves. Another brutal heat wave set to slowly unfold across the West. Yeah, here we are less than a month after many cities set all-time record highs. Mother Nature going to crank up the heat this week with many locations expected to swelter. Conditions that could force the mercury to soar into the triple digits once again, they tell us. All right, forecasters say that although unseasonable heat is going to bake parts of the West, it will not rise to the deadly heat wave that we had back in late June, where we did see some all-time records in portions of the Pacific Northwest. High temperatures may hit 10 to 15 degrees above normal for this time of year out west, midweek through next weekend. Some relief could form with some spotty afternoon thunderstorms as the monsoon in the southwest continues to ramp up. The scorching heat's going to grip the region thanks to an area of high pressure that's going to strengthen this week. I wouldn't be surprised at some point where we begin hearing about rolling brownouts, rolling blackouts to save on the power grid. Too much juice being drawn. All right, the dry soil will allow the sun's energy to heat the ground and the air close to the ground because it's, again, drought conditions. The heat really starts to expand further north into places like Boise, Idaho, and Salt Lake City as early as later today. You may flirt with some records there. Yesterday, Boise hit 100 degrees, the 8th consecutive day that they've seen a high of 100 or higher. The airport's record would be 9 consecutive days. Afternoon high in Boise today should be about 104 degrees, close to the record of 105. Wednesday, forecast to reach that threshold of 100 once again, which would break the record 9 consecutive days. Heat's also impact areas across Arizona and Nevada. Temperatures in those cities expected to soar into the low to middle 1 teens through this week. In particular, Las Vegas and Phoenix, you're set to see the mercury climbing throughout the week. Sin City, you're going to have afternoon highs past 110, probably through the weekend, while Phoenix, the Valley of the Sun, is going to be flirting with 110 degrees. Las Vegas is going to approach some record highs Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Looking at 112 Thursday, challenging the old record of 113. Friday and Saturday, you're again going to teeter on the verge of record high temperatures there. Now, the normal high in Vegas this time of year is in the lower 100s. Phoenix, normal highs are in the upper 100, 110 range. Death Valley, California, another familiar triple-digit high location, will absolutely sizzle today through Saturday. High temperatures could again come within 10 degrees of the all-time high there, which still is 134 degrees. So we're talking by Wednesday, Thursday, the mercury could hit 124 degrees during the afternoon hours. The heat's going to encompass even more territory by late this week, in addition to the desert Southwest, residents in the Central Valleys and the deserts of California. You'll see some records there. Low to mid 110 degree mark. Redding, California, expected to hit 111 Friday. It could also break another record Saturday. The high forecast to hit 112. That's approaching the record of 115, which was set back in 2002. Heat is on. Rolling into those dog days of summer, right? All right, jump on in. Plenty of room for you here on a Tuesday morning at 844-844-3388. What do you say, Big Moose?
Oh, buddy, I tell you what, I hate to say it. It's this. You talking to the only guy in the history of the world. Well, if it wasn't for bad luck, I wouldn't have none. Got old Tater laid up. He'd been suffering with his sinuses, so he'd been taking some kind of Tylenol allergy sinus pills or something.
Yeah.
And I guess he'd been taking too many of them, give himself a bleeding ulcer. He come in there the other day barfing up a bunch of blood and scared us all to death, so had to call a squad for him. So they went in there and he got an ulcer about the size of a $50, just bleeding like a stuck hog. So
wow.
They done some kind of deal. They stuck something down his throat and zapped it, but he's gonna be out of commission for a while. So I give you $1 to a donut if you can guess where I'm at right now.
You're driving truck.
Yeah, because I ain't got no choice. That's what I'm doing. And as far as boink and doink goes, I've done got to the bottom of it. I hired my own personal Barnaby Jones, and after some extensive investigation, this is all a ploy because, they always talk about that F&H Enterprises, the ones responsible for the cookbooks.
Yeah, right.
Well, now they're getting into the movie business, this F&H films. So this whole deal, about getting herself thrown in a hoosegow down there, not only got them off the hook from getting the worst ass whipping that's ever been recorded, but it's also given them a chance to film their biggest release, their premiere release to their direct-to-video line. They're calling it the Short Shank Redemption. And I'm going to tell you right now, from what I hear, the laundry room scene will turn your stomach.
The Short Shank Redemption.
The Short Shank Redemption. Yep, that's what it's. They're down there filming that down there in Boone County Jail,
Yeah?
So, yeah, that's what that's about. Just another ploy, they got out of the big wrestling match and then the profit on top of it. Just sickening. Another thing here real quick. How many people do you know that walk around in the holiday times going, Merry 25th of December, or have a happy 24th of November, or have a happy 31st of October. I mean, how many people you know that does that?
Personally, I can't say anybody.
Then why in the hell do people say happy 4th of July? It's Independence Day, folks. And you know what? I done a little test about this. I was sitting up at the Waffle House eating breakfast yesterday morning. And this gal said, how did your 4th of July go? I said, well, it wasn't a whole lot different than the 3rd of July. I said, well, the holiday is not the 4th of July. That just happens to be the day that it falls on. I said, can you tell me what the holiday's name is? And she goes, looking at me like I got butt cheeks growing out of my forehead, totally clueless, you know? And we wonder why this generation that we got here today has decayed to the point that it is right now. They have no idea where they come from, and that's mainly because their 35 to 42-year-old daddies have spent their life sitting behind a PlayStation or a Nintendo or video game of some sort, you know? And that goes right back to this violence thing, you know? When we was kids, you might see Roy Rogers fire a 6-gun or John Wayne shoot the bad guy, but it was just a little, and they fell over. It wasn't all this blood and gore and stuff. And now we've got all these people, you know, sitting behind these gory things all the time. They've just desensitized, you know, the masses, you know, and it's just sickening, you know. It just the moral decay that this country has gone through, you know. I remember very well in high school. There were lots of times I'd go to school. I had a 30-30 rifle hanging in the back window of my pickup truck, loaded and ready to go. There wasn't no such thing as a school shooting then, you know. We all carried pocket knives. You know, matter of fact, the FFA one year bought us all buck folding knives in high school. And we carried them on our belts right there in class, you know.
Yep.
And sure, we had disagreements, but we go outside and butt heads or throw hands or whatever it took to get it done. And, you know, it was over with. Didn't nobody, you know, think about pulling a knife or drawing a gun down on somebody because we all knew what that meant, you know. And, you know, you got these people, it's the lack of education that is causing this problem, you know. Most of these people that are going out raising all this hell, you know, they never had no daddy or they never had no raising, or they're mad at the whole world because Mommy couldn't buy them a new video game every weekend and still have money left over to buy food and all this stuff, you know. And everybody's got a chip on their shoulder for no reason. The entitlement that these children are being born with is ridiculous, you know. And I tell you, the phrase that burns my ass to no end is, the whole world is against me. The whole world is against me. The problem is they've never been taught the whole world is not against you. This whole world just don't owe you a thing. If you want anything out of it, you have got to apply the effort, and you've got to make it happen, because otherwise it ain't going to happen, you know. And I think the misinterpretation of the whole world is against me, because they don't know that the world don't owe them nothing, you know. And people get a big chip on their shoulder, and you know, I don't know. But you know what? I've been pushing these things around longer than I care to admit to. And I seen them old boys out there rip old Reggie Denny out of that truck and beat his head in on live television. And, you know, like old Ratchet Jaw, they thought he was a scab one time, and a bunch of them high and mighty Union guys drug him out of a truck and broke him up pretty bad. I've been around several times when, you know, truck drivers really got the bad end of the stick. And it ain't much changed. That just the density, I think that might be the best word. The density of the truck drivers changed a little bit, you know. We got this, they took a lot of the muscle and a lot of the fortitude out of the mix and substituted it with a whole lot of chicken manure in a lot of cases. And there's a lot of people, not to mention no names, that think that I talk reckless and all this stuff, you know. And the fact of the matter is, I'm just putting it out there the way I see it, because I think I've earned the right to do that, and it's always served me well. And some people like it, and some people don't. And the ones that like it, that's fine, and the ones that don't like it can go pack sand, as far as I'm concerned, because you know what? Their opinion doesn't matter to me, because they're not paying my bills, they're not raising my kids, you know, so I don't really care what their opinion of me is, you know. But you got these people that are so self-conscious, so insecure as a whole, that they have got to have the approval of the whole world to feel like that they've done something in their life, you know. To hell with them and the horse they rode in on, as far as I'm concerned, you know. I know what I've done, and I know what it takes to get it done, and I can see, you know, other people that have been wildly successful in this business and many other businesses. And I tell you, you take fellas like old Clyde Fuller, God rest him, you know, he knew what it took to succeed in this business, and he done it, you know. I knew him personally. He was a great fella. I mean, a personal friend of mine. And there's other people that want to get out here and let these companies talk them into leasing a 7-year-old truck with 1 million miles on it. Then they go out and they're not putting no maintenance escrows back. You know, they have no education in this business whatsoever, because if they had even a minute amount of that, they'd never get in a lease purchase program. And I know that probably stepped on a few toes too, but you know what? I don't care, because you get these guys that are out and they throw a rod through the block, and then guess what? They're not only bankrupt, they're homeless, sitting in the middle of friggin' Utah somewhere. You know, I've seen that happen first and foremost too, but I don't know. I guess I'm just tired. I've been up about 32 hours, and it's going to be about 6 more before I get to go to bed. But I just wanted to call and put my 2 cents in tonight. You tell Kentucky Ken to get a hold of me. I got a cousin down there who runs a CDL school, and I'll fix him right up.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, man. So keep it twixt and spotted and the solid sunny side up and all that jazz, and I'll be 10-10 till we do it again. Come on.
On the road a lot earlier than anticipated. But what's the old thing? When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Just making the best of it. Got to do what you got to do, right? All righty, what are we looking at? Yeah, we got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. A little bit late here, but we'll get a quick timeout. We'll be approaching bottom of the hour news break before you know it, here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, I got the phone reset taken care of there, so we're good to go till we wrap things up at the 5 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time hour. So you can jump on in at 844-844-3388. Yeah, one thing Big Moose was absolutely correct about, talking about, what is July 4? Independence Day. Independence Day for the United States of America. Oh, yes. Boy, I mean, I guess they timed this. They timed this poll to coincide with kind of concluding the Independence Day weekend. But he's talking that younger generation that has no clue. It's a damn sad state of affairs. Young adults lack pride. Many young adults apparently are not even proud to be called Americans. What has happened in this country? American pride resonates with most of us, most segments of the population. But according to the new poll, it does not resonate with young adults. Only 36% of respondents between the ages of 18 to 24 say they are very or extremely proud to be American. Do what? Only 36%? That's the only age group, the only demographic that proud to be an American is less than 50%. Poll found almost an identical percentage, 35% of the 18 to 24-year-old group saying they are only slightly or not proud at all to be American. What do you want to be? The results prompted Tip Insights to invoke former President Ronald Reagan's observation that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It has to be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same thing. Or one day, we'll spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children that what it was once like in the United States when men were free. The INI Tip poll determined the percentage of people who are extremely or very proud to be an American. Among the age group 65 and older, 86% of people responding favorably, either very or extremely proud to be an American. Overall, 68% of respondents said they're extremely or very proud to be an American. Another 15% moderately proud. Only 6% say they aren't proud at all being an American. 8% say they're slightly proud. And what the poll said was somewhat of a surprise because of universities having become bastions of the left. The poll found that 75% of college graduates are extremely or very proud to be an American, compared with 62% of those only with a high school diploma. In terms of political ideology, conservatives, 81% as a group, were more extremely or very proud to be American than moderates at 66%, and liberals at 55%. I guess it only serves to reason. The liberals are not proud to be American because they haven't got us to be a socialist country yet. Is this the group that would be proud to be considered a socialist or communist country? The recent climate of racial tension apparently shows in the poll as well. 73% of whites and 56% of blacks or Hispanics answered favorably. Only 7% of blacks and 9% of Hispanics say they are not proud at all of their nationality. While the poll generally found strong pride in America, it revealed that men, 81%, are far more extremely or very proud than women to be American. Women, it was 65%. Very interesting numbers, but that 18 to 24-year-old category, only 36% very or extremely proud to be American. Where does that generation come from? I mean, because if it's only 36% of 18 to 24-year-olds, far many more of their mothers and fathers and grandmothers and grandfathers are very or extremely proud to be American. How does that happen? Unless Big Moose tried to explain, many of those younger people have moms and dads that have done nothing as far as upbringing, but sit behind a television console playing video games. Is that it? All right, wide open lines. It's 844-3388, but I found that rather disturbing. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As rescue efforts continue at the site of the collapsed condo tower in Surfside, Florida, officials are also turning their attention to the survivors and the families of those who have lost loved ones. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis talked Monday about the need for long-term mental health assistance for those people.
This is something that's very traumatic, so the mental health aspects are going to be very, very important, and this is something that is going to require long-term support. But I can tell you the support is there. Getting through some of the bureaucracy to channel that sometimes in situations like this, unfortunately, can be something that we have to do. But the support is there. This community, South Florida, all of Florida, and really people throughout the country have wanted to do it. And we were actually just speaking about ways, the mayor and I were just speaking about other ways that we can channel some of this generosity into relief efforts.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, it's a Tuesday that kind of feels like a Monday, but we get settled in, back to the old grind. All right, look at it. Hey, we got clear lines, wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Jump on board. I guess some of you may have got caught in this extended duration road blockage, an hours-long standoff between a group of heavily armed individuals and the Massachusetts State Police on an interstate that ended with 11 people taken into custody. According to the state police, Colonel Mason, the situation was resolved through negotiation and tactical maneuvers. Speaking to reporters Saturday, said the group members ultimately surrendered without incident. But the standoff began 9 hours prior when police said the group claimed to not recognize our laws. Video shot along the interstate showing men in military-style gear holding the Moroccan flag. Police communicated with the group through a hostage negotiation team. Here's what we know about the situation, they tell us. A Massachusetts state trooper was traveling north on I-95 in Wakefield when he came upon a couple of vehicles stopped in the breakdown lane about 1:30 in the morning Saturday. The men were attempting to refuel their vehicles. Occupants of the vehicle dressed in military-style tactical gear. Some had long rifles, some pistols, some had a combination of both. The trooper asked members of the group to produce licenses for the firearms, and members of the group indicated they weren't licensed or did not have copies of licenses on them. And you can imagine 11 armed individuals standing with long guns along an interstate at 2 in the morning. You're like, what's going on? This is not consistent with the firearms laws we have in Massachusetts. A man who identified himself to police as the leader of the group said on a video recorded after the encounter that he had instructed my men to get out peacefully. I greeted your man with a handshake, he said, of speaking with the trooper. He claims in a series of videos that the group was following federal law and should have been allowed to travel across state lines with their weapons. Ultimately, the trooper requested backup and additional state police as well as local police responding. The head of the police applauded the actions of the responding trooper, who said he was very patient, very understanding with them, which kept things from escalating. But hostage negotiators were brought in to speak with the men. About 10:15 in the morning, police then announced 11 individuals were taken into custody. A pair were arrested earlier in the day, and then 9 more arrested late morning. The question, who are they? Members of Rise of the Moors, a group who identifies as Moorish Americans. The Moorish Sovereign Citizen Movement is a collection of what they say independent organizations and lone individuals that emerged in the early 90s as an offshoot of the anti-government Sovereign Citizens Movement, which believes that individual citizens hold sovereignty over and are independent of the authority of federal and state governments. According to the Southern Poverty Law Center, they said the Moorish sovereigns espouse an interpretation of sovereign doctrine that African Americans constitute an elite class within American society with special rights and privileges that convey on them a sovereign immunity, placing them beyond federal and state authority. The guy identified on the group's website as the Moorish American Consular Post head for the Rise of the Moors. His biography lists him as having served in the U.S. Marine Corps earlier on. He wrote about his military service, but state and local police declined to confirm the name of the group to reporters. Mason said that the corporal said he was unaware of the group prior to this interaction. Wakefield police said the men claimed to be from a group that does not recognize our laws. No threats were made, but he said these men should be considered armed and dangerous. We're asking residents in these areas to block their doors, remain in their homes. This was during this whole 9-hour, where they weren't going to surrender. They're saying we are not anti-government. We are not anti-police. We are not sovereign citizens. We're not black identity extremists, according to the leader of the group in an interview Saturday morning. He said, we believe we are traveling legally by abiding by federal laws, although not acknowledging Massachusetts laws, which he does not believe apply to the group, as they did not intend to stop in Massachusetts. Police saw us on the side of the road, our guns secured. Well, we were afraid, so we got out with our arms. While showing inside of one of the vehicles, he shows multiple fuel canisters with the group intended to use to refuel rather than stopping at gas stations off the interstate. We are not U.S. citizens, another member of the group is heard saying during one of the live stream videos. We're Americans, American nationals. So they released the names of all these individuals, most of them in their 20s. The oldest was 40 years old. There were 2 others that refused to identify themselves, and there was a juvenile in the group as well. They were traveling supposedly from Rhode Island to Maine so they could train on private land. In one of the videos recorded during the standoff with police, Bass said the vehicles contain camping equipment. Okay, so, what laws were they breaking? A gun owner is allowed to transport a weapon under specific conditions. For a loaded or unloaded handgun, it may be on a person or in a vehicle if under direct control. Large capacity rifles and shotguns must be transported unloaded and in a locked case, a locked trunk, or other secure container. State law considers a large capacity firearm to be any of the following: semi-automatic handgun or rifle that's capable of accepting more than 10 rounds, a semi-automatic shotgun capable of accepting more than 5 shotgun shells, or a, quote, assault weapon. A rifle with a fixed tubular magazine designed to accept and capable of operating only with .22 caliber ammunition is not classified as a large capacity firearm. You can carry a loaded or unloaded rifle or shotgun upon or across a public way if you're engaged in hunting and hold a valid hunting license. Non-residents do not need a firearms license to transport their firearms in or through the Commonwealth, provided the firearms are unloaded and enclosed in a case while traveling. But then again, they said we do not have to abide by Massachusetts law. So I guess they'll be facing some sort of gun possession violations. Aside from that, they haven't really done anything wrong, right? All right, we're looking at, 12 before the hour. Our number, 844-844-3388. Get a quick break and return with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army. Where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty then, once again, wide open line to jump on in. No wait. 844-844-3388. So many people have been saying, well, where did all the Joe Biden supporters go? All these people, these millions, 80 million people voted for the guy, right? They seem to have become rather quiet. Can't find them with the search warrant. Let's see, the latest poll. Americans are losing faith in President Biden, according to the new poll last week, which shows a decline in approval ratings even among Democrats. Yeah, less than half of Americans approve of his handling of the economy. Among voting adults, only 35% believe the economy's moving in the right direction. 44% say they're very concerned that prices will continue to increase. People beginning to notice this thing called inflation. National opinion poll from Reuters with survey results from June the 11th through 17th shows that while 55% of adults approve of Biden's work thus far, President getting special attention for his handling of the pandemic, even a growing number of Democrats disagree with his handling of the economy, they tell us. The latest approval index from Rasmussen shows Biden's overall approval down 8%. A disapproval of 47%. That includes 39% who strongly disapprove of his effort since he took office in January. Looks like gun violence and taxes are also in the areas which Democrats are registering disapproval. An 11% drop in confidence from those who are under 40, and an 8% drop among those who do not identify as white and did not go to college. Apparently, a big issue for Biden right now is that health care and disease, a.k.a. the pandemic, are no longer the top concern here in America. The economy is now back on top of the list, with the number of Americans who disapprove of his economic record rising to 43%. And as these trends continue, things continue to open up, the pandemic falls kind of onto the back of the burner. The focal point is more and more going to be not only the economy, but the crisis at the border. The influx of illegals coming into this country, and that is across the aisle one of the big issues for Republicans and even those who identify as Democrats in the general population. Very interesting numbers. All right, well, let's see what's happening there. Hey, Horse Feathers.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor.
You're more than
Hello.
welcome. We've kind of quieted down on the phones, so yeah, happy to talk with you.
Yeah, so any updates on Doink and Doink?
Nothing further. I guess they're just spooning there at the jail somewhere.
I heard Kentucky Ken call in and say that he wasn't involved in the apprehension of those convicts, or I don't know. I guess they aren't
Right.
quite convicts yet, are they? But anyways, hey, speaking of convicts, now when I used to live up next to the Massachusetts border, their rule was if you get caught with a gun in Massachusetts, it was 1 year mandatory in jail.
Really?
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Okay.
So these boys might be spending at least a year there down in the Crowbar Hotel. So maybe they'll have be able to figure out where Boink and Doink are. They might be able to come up with a line on them. But anyways, you talk about the employment and economics and stuff. Did you hear there was a court that overturned the Maryland Governor Hogan? That he Governor Hogan there in Maryland, he shut down the program there for the unemployment and the extra stimulus money, the extra $300 to go on top of the unemployment, and made it so that you had to actually show that if you want employment, you have to show that you're out there actively seeking a job and all that. And one of the courts overturned it, said no, we're going to make it stay in effect until at least the 13th of July, and then that can be extended, be able to be extended all the way out until whatever the September deadline was the federal government had for it. So can you imagine that? Can you imagine the leftists, the communists there would actually overturn something that a Republican governor would do in the democratically held state of Maryland? Can you believe that?
Nah, that's not surprising, is it?
Nope. No. So the government tries to do something right, but how do you like all these jobs our President Biden's created? All these people going back to work, the unemployment, make it. Wait a minute, weren't all those jobs there before the pandemic happened? And when somebody shut the country, wasn't it Fauci that said something about shutting the country down?
Yeah, he sure did.
Somebody like that, and so all those jobs kind of got put on hold. So isn't it those jobs that are coming back that are just it's not new jobs, right? We're just getting the old jobs, trying to get them back on the line there. Yeah,
sure.
So and did we talk last week there that those firefighters are out there in the West there fighting the forest fires and all that, trying to save all the California property, that they don't even make $15 an hour? Did you hear that Biden signed something that would make it so that those firefighters would get $15 an hour for their service out there of protecting all the socialists and communists out there? That's just unbelievable, isn't it?
I did hear that, and yes, I cannot fathom that. Yeah, with that kind of a job, I don't know, unless they volunteer to do this stuff. I mean, you're working out there, and it's 110 degrees in the shade, and you got all this firefighting gear on. I mean, that's grueling work.
Yeah, and if you're anywhere near the fire, your temperature could be up, radiant temperature from the fire just coming off you could be a couple hundred degrees, So depending on how close you are to actually working in the fire scene. But it's just, all these people out here, they're complaining because they work at McDonald's or Starbucks or somewhere, and, they don't get $15 an hour. And what do they have the chance of, getting a little hot coffee spilled on them, and do something that's actually, worth $15 an hour before you cry that you're not making $15 an hour. As we've always said, all those jobs, they aren't supposed to be lifetime careers. They're supposed to be to get you through school, if you're going to college, or, you need a little part-time job for some cash, or, you need a little bit extra money. They're not supposed to be career sustaining, jobs of the service industry, just maybe the management part, you could kind of consider that, but the ones that are actually doing the working part and all that stuff. So, and the other thing we did, we talked about McLean Foods there last week, right? Having a big retention bonus and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I see one this morning there, backed into the 7-Eleven. He was unloading the back of his trailer out there, going into the 7-Eleven store. So, just imagine the type of job that is, trying to get around all the little gas pumps and cars and stuff at the 7-Elevens and AM, PM marts and whatever other little restaurants they got, your little fast food restaurants. So that is a tough job to get going at, and be able to get in and around and not run stuff over. And so, but anyways, I don't know. What else are we going to do now? We gonna hello, I'm a truck. How about hello, I'm a truck?
That was a good one. Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah.
Shaky said his favorite trucking song was Pinball. Are you familiar with that one?
Yeah, I remember Pinball. That was kind of a story about an old guy there that used to, pinball. We don't even have pinball anymore, do we? But all the truck stops used to be filled up with pinball machines, and they'd pay money out, and people go in there and they'd blow their whole week's wages shooting the pinball machine. And that guy kept shooting the pinball, and his I forget, did his kids die from pneumonia, and his wife died from pneumonia or something? But anyways, he lost his whole family all due to pinball machines. Didn't get home, didn't get money home, and so that was kind of a sad story.
I don't remember that one.
We got Widowmaker.
Well, yeah, I do remember that one. Yeah. Hey, I'm up to my top of the hour news update here. Thanks for checking back in, though, Horse Feathers. And all right, we got a full hour yet to fill and wide open lines. Jump on in here for our final hour ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As rescue efforts continue at the site of the collapsed condo tower in Surfside, Florida, officials are also turning their attention to the survivors and the families of those who have lost loved ones. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis talked Monday about the need for long-term mental health assistance for those people.
This is something that's very traumatic, so the mental health aspects are going to be very, very important, and this is something that is going to require long-term support. But I can tell you the support is there. Getting through some of the bureaucracy to channel that sometimes in situations like this, unfortunately, can be something that we have to do. But the support is there. This community, South Florida, all of Florida, and really people throughout the country have wanted to do it. And we were actually just speaking about ways, the mayor and I were just speaking about other ways that we can channel some of this generosity into relief efforts.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals. Bail out broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Allyn Root Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit assetstrategies.com.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas will travel to Guatemala Tuesday to meet with members of the Guatemalan government, a month after Vice President Kamala Harris made the same trip as part of her duties to try to stem the flow of migrants to the U.S. border. Former Acting ICE Director Ron Vitello says that working with the Northern Triangle countries is good, but won't stop the surge. He tells Fox News that the root cause of the surge is the reversal of Trump-era policies.
I suppose there's potential there, but the root cause of this surge that's on the border and this uncontrolled pipeline is the reversal of the policies that were allowing people to wait in Mexico for their asylum claims, the accords with the Northern Triangle about asylum reforms. The root cause of this problem, the root cause of the chaos, is because they reversed those policies. Now, working with Guatemala, working with the Northern Triangle on governance and anti-corruption activities, that's all good and well and good, but that's not going to stop the surge that's occurring on the border right now. We've encouraged people to send or bring their children to the border, and the root cause of the chaos is the reversal of these policies.
This is USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergenauer with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
As more and more states relax some of their COVID-19 restrictions, not all restaurants will be ready for your next visit. John Clemens explains.
The big issue is the labor shortages, not to mention the pressures on the supply chain. Restaurant industry expert Chris DeRode is with SSCP Management, which currently owns or operates 60-plus commercial real estate properties, the 300-unit CC's Pizza brand, the Roy's Hawaiian Fusion fine dining chain, and hundreds of Applebee's and Sonics.
There was a pizza place a couple weeks ago someone told me about, a big chain, I'll leave them unnamed, who didn't have cheese. They're a pizza place. So there are significant issues happening out there with the supply chain.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And Tajikistan has mobilized military forces to secure its border as Afghan security forces advance into the country. More than 1,000 Afghans crossed the border as Taliban fighters advanced to the area. Tajik President Emomali Rahman has called up 20,000 reservists in response to the fighting on his country's border. Rahman has also called on the leaders of several countries in the area to meet to discuss the situation, including Russia's Vladimir Putin. The action's coming as the U.S. has been accelerating its withdrawal from Afghanistan. And the Stanley Cup Finals will continue after the Montreal Canadiens beat the Tampa Bay Lightning 3-2 in overtime of Game 4 of the series. The Habs now trail in the best-of-7 series 3-1. Game 5 is back in Tampa on Wednesday night. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, final hour here on a Tuesday. Yep, feels like a Monday. What are we looking at? 6th day of July. On the heels of Independence Day weekend. Thank you, Big Moose. Yeah, Independence Day. I guess the announcement's been made that Alan West, remember him? the Texas Republican chair, who recently announced he was going to be stepping down from that post, Sunday announced he's going to run for governor. Yes, he's actually going to challenge fellow Republican Greg Abbott in the state. Let's see. He made an appearance at a church there in Carrollton, Texas, where he played a video launching his campaign. He said, "I've not been in elected political office for about a decade, but I can no longer sit on the sidelines and see what has happened to these United States of America, the place I call home." Yeah, this a month after he announced his resignation again from the state party chairman. That resignation is effective on July the 11th, so coming up next weekend. He had kind of hinted he was considering a run for statewide office. Yeah, he did not directly mention Governor Abbott in his remarks over the weekend or in the video. But Politico reported back in October last year that Allen West participated in a Free Texas protest at the governor's mansion. I guess that was some of the COVID-19 restrictions. He was also a vocal ally of Donald Trump, although he's kind of brushed off the impact of Trump's endorsement on his future political plans. But, he says, "I don't serve President Trump." He said this last month. He said, "I serve God, country, Texas, so Trump's endorsement doesn't affect me whatsoever." All right, he represented Florida in Congress 2011 to 13. Then he moved to Texas in 2014, became CEO of the National Center for Policy Analysis. That was a Dallas think tank that shuttered several years ago. So interesting that he would step up, I guess, not satisfied with Republican Governor Abbott's leadership there in the state of Texas. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. Hey, good morning, Larry. How was your Independence Day weekend?
Well, it was pretty busy and just kind of doing a lot of stuff and got yard work done and that sort of thing, but didn't travel too much. Rode the motorcycle on Sunday and went to a place in Leavenworth, Indiana. And there's a restaurant called the Overlook. Overlooks the Ohio River.
Yeah.
If you ever get out this way, the food's fantastic, and the view is a big horseshoe bend in the river, and it's really, really a good atmosphere, and it's a great motorcycle ride across 62. I thought we saw more motorcycles going and coming than we saw cars. Pretty neat.
I
wanted to kind of touch on something.
I'm sorry. What's the name of the place again?
It's called the Overlook Restaurant in Leavenworth, Indiana.
Okay.
Pretty neat place. I wanted to touch on when I was down in Florida. You were talking about wages earlier. Truck drivers in Florida that haul citrus do not have hours of service issues. With that said, I was hiring Class A truck drivers that were typically working 85 to 90 hours a week at relatively low wages 5 years ago, somewhere between $12.50 and $15 an hour for a truck driver. Now, that's like abusive to me, especially when these guys are working 80, 85 hours a week. They were making good money on the gross, but the hours they were working to get it, to me, was abusive, and probably is still going on. I don't know if it is or not, but have you ever talked to anybody about the citrus haulers hours of service waiver in Florida?
I have not.
Well, I don't know. I assume that's still an issue, because they got to haul the product and they got to get it to market before it spoils. And I understand that. But the wages that those guys were paid down there was ridiculous. Something that, again, 5 years ago when I was down there in Sebring, Florida area, I saw that pretty relevant to most of the guys that were traveling intrastate, hauling citrus products.
Mm-hmm.
I listened. Well, I guess it was Big Moose was talking about the demographics of that survey that was done, and you were talking about 35% of the I call it the younger age that isn't proud to be an American. I wonder if you roll back the time 5 and 10 years ago to do a comparison of what we call same store sales, I wonder if there was any similarity to demographics back then, and then those same group of people, as they got older and matured more, then converted to appreciating the country. I don't know the answer to that, but I have to play with statistics often, and I just wonder if there's any relevance to what may evolve with that same demographics, if that makes sense to you.
That's a valid question. Yeah, at what point, at what age, I guess, do you, mature enough and grow up enough to be proud of what you got in this country?
Yeah, in other words, you think about this. In my time in youth ministry, I told parents all the time, when your kid gets to be 13, you become stupid. And you don't become smart again until they're 23, when they start saying, okay, now, Dad, I know what you were talking about back then. But I was too smart to know it, and you were dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Happens all the time as we're growing up. So I'm kind of wondering if that same demographics, once they get their head out of their rectum, start realizing what they have.
That'd be an interesting, if they conducted that poll 15 years ago. That good point.
Well, I'm getting ready to go in the office. Our operations manager is on vacation this week, so I'm wearing another hat, multiple hats, and I got some things to do.
All right. Well, hey, have a great day. Thank you for checking in. Have a great Tuesday. There you go. That is a valid question, I suppose. Yeah. All right. Looking here. In the military, there's still a number of individuals that do not want to get the vaccine, the COVID vaccine. Representative Thomas Massey of Kentucky said he's been informed by some members of the military that they'd quit if they're mandated a COVID vaccine. Apparently, there was a report claiming that Army headquarters told commanders to prepare for mandatory vaccinations in September. Massey says, I've been contacted by members of our voluntary military who say they will quit if this vaccine is mandated. I introduced H.R. 3860 to prohibit any mandatory requirement that a member of the armed forces receive a vaccine against COVID. It has 24 sponsors. It didn't give more detail. Not clear how the service members could quit or how many would try to do so. Once you report to their first duty station, they're obligated to stay in the service. If you leave without approval, you're declared AWOL, absent without leave. Now, Massey was referring to a report published by the Army Times over the weekend that detailed an executive order sent by the Department of Army Headquarters that commands should be prepared to administer COVID vaccines starting as early as September 1. That date would be contingent with the Food and Drug Administration issuing a full approval of the vaccine. See, my understanding is under the current emergency use authorization, they cannot require anyone to take the vaccine. I suppose once it is or does receive full FDA approval, that's when many of these universities around the country, I guess in places of employment, the military, you name it, could begin making it mandatory. You want the job, you take the jab. You want to come to college here, you take the jab. Commanders will continue the vaccine operations and prepare for a directive to mandate vaccination on or around September 1, according to the memo. Commands will be prepared to provide a back brief on service member vaccination status and way ahead for completion once the vaccine is mandated. No response from the Department of Defense or the U.S. Army for a request as of press time. Let's see. Army spokesperson tells the Army Times, "We do not comment on leaked documents. The vaccine continues to be voluntary." Okay, for the moment. If we are directed by the Department of Defense to change our posture, we are prepared to do so. July 5th, Massey noted that his Twitter post was targeted by science illiterate, military-hating, angry blue checkmark users on Twitter. He said there are no health outcome-based studies that show how any benefit from the vaccine for those who've already had COVID. Well, that's factual. Research has come back that says you don't receive any additional benefit from receiving a vaccine if you've already had the COVID-19 and recovered from it. With that, looking at 22 past the hour. It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Sure enough is. Good to have you with us. That'd be interesting to see how this all unfolds. Remember the whole dog and pony show last week. Trump Organization Chief Financial Officer Alan Weisselberg under arrest. Tax fraud. All right, the charge is related to Weisberg, according to Alan Dershowitz, Harvard Law Professor Emeritus. He said the charges are not going to stick. These are going to be thrown out. He said, quote, "You can't get a city district attorney indicting someone for failing to pay federal income taxes when the IRS hasn't even gone after him." Well, one of the charges, a major charge, is grand larceny against the United States government. To show the extent of which they're prepared to stretch existing law and the Constitution to try and give them authority over federal taxes. It's absolutely absurd, he says. Of course, Weisselberg pleaded not guilty to fraud and theft charges. Weisselberg and company lawyers appeared in a lower Manhattan courtroom Thursday afternoon for arraignment on the charge. Dershowitz went on to say if Weisselberg's name was not what it is, and if he did not work for the Trump Organization, he would have never even been indicted. He'd get a letter from the IRS saying, "You have some back taxes. Please pay it with interest." Meanwhile, the end result of the charges will be whether Weisselberg turns against the company or Trump, or if he does not. If he doesn't turn, they'll sentence him to prison. Probably will not be a long prison term, generally for crimes like, things relating to a relatively small amount of taxes. There's either no prison time or a small amount of prison time, or Weisselberg might turn and then the dominoes fall. That's their goal. They try to get people like him to testify against their higher-ups. The ultimate goal here, obviously, is Donald Trump, and the question is, will they get people to turn on him? But there's a question whether evidence of people who have essentially been bribed through promises of freedom can be trusted. If a defense attorney ever paid a nickel to a witness, the defense attorney would be disbarred. But prosecutors are allowed to give life and liberty in exchange for testimony. The juries are expected to believe. This is not the way the system should work. He described the tactics. This is what they call the domino theory. Rudy Giuliani, when he was the U.S. attorney in New York, he came to my class one day at Harvard, and he talked about the domino theory. You knock down the lowest domino, and then he'll knock down another domino. Ultimately, you'll get to the top domino. It's very common. I don't like that being used for political purposes or to try to discourage someone like Trump from running for president. Look, I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for Joe Biden. I voted for Hillary Clinton, for Barack Obama. I'm a liberal Democrat, but I'm appalled by this method of law enforcement, says Dershowitz. And whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, a liberal or a conservative, you know you're next. If they can use law enforcement techniques against the former president and his people, they can use it against anybody they don't like. That's the name of the game in this political world. All right, we'll get back to your calls coming up here. Who we got on the line? I believe Vic will be checking in. We'll hear from Big Sexy coming up in Room for You as we make our way into the early hours of a Tuesday. The Tuesday that kind of feels like a Monday. And we'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here as well. Truck drivers saving the day. Several heartwarming stories we'll share with you all just ahead. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A criminal group has demanded $70 million in a ransomware attack that may have compromised up to 1 million computers, the biggest ransomware attack on record. The attack against Kaseya VSA occurred over the holiday weekend, exposing clients who used the firm's software to remotely perform IT services. Investigators into the attack say that more than 1,000 businesses could be affected. The group REvil has claimed responsibility for the attack, offering a universal decryption tool for the ransom. That's the same group with ties to Russia that executed an attack on meat processor JBS over Memorial Day weekend, where they extorted $11 million from the company. And the center of Tropical Storm Elsa has moved into the Gulf of Mexico. Tropical storm warnings remain in effect along Cuba's north coast and have been issued along Florida's west coast and in the Florida Keys from Craig Key westward to the Dry Tortugas. Tropical storm conditions are expected to be felt in the Keys overnight and up the coast to Florida's Big Bend by Tuesday evening. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at stellarelectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, truck driver to the rescue in this case, stopping on the shoulder of a rainy Oklahoma highway to save a dog. You notice wandering along the roadway, according to the highway patrol there in Oklahoma. Dog had been walking for about 6 hours on the Turner Turnpike before the driver stopped on the 1st of July. Once the trucker pulled over, the dog ran under his trailer while the driver was attempting to coax the rain-soaked dog out. A highway patrol trooper arrived at the scene. The trooper crawled under the trailer to pet the dog for about 5 minutes before it calmed down enough for him to take it back to the patrol car. He was taken to a central dispatch to be taken care of until they could locate the rightful owners. A pretty dog. It's like one of those, what do they call it, Siberian Husky with the beautiful blue eyes. Little guy. He was lost. Then law enforcement out of Hall County, Texas, issued a heartfelt thank you to several truck drivers who answered a call to help in stopping a suspect who was fleeing police. This pursuit also occurred on July 1 through Hall County and Donnelly County, involving several law enforcement agencies. The sheriff's office said a group of truckers stopped up to help put an end to the pursuit after they were contacted on the CB radio. I'm surprised they actually had their CBs on, right? From the Hall County Sheriff's Office. I have a CB radio in my sheriff's vehicle. I'd just like to say thank you to the 18-wheeler truck drivers. Having a CB radio, I was able to communicate with the truck drivers, and all of them helped in assisting us slow the vehicle down. These guys did not have to do this. I'm sure it may be against company policy for some, but they helped anyway. Speeds in this pursuit reached as much as 118 miles per hour, but the biggest part of it was much lower, thanks to the truck drivers slowing the car down. We were then able to disable the fleeing vehicle since the trucks were able to slow the vehicle down where a pit maneuver could be performed at a low, safe speed. Occupants of the vehicle were arrested. No other damage, no one hurt or injured. Just wanted to say thanks to the truck drivers on US 287 this morning, again from the Hull County Sheriff's Office, getting a thank you from law enforcement there. Good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Are you kind of getting in sync now with the Monday holiday and not having the starting work week? Because that always messes me up, these Monday holidays. It'll be Friday before I get synchronized.
I've been feeling like I almost say Monday every time I come back on, but it feels, it's Tuesday. Yeah, hard to believe. Tomorrow morning it'll be hump day already. What the?
Right. Yeah, I know. But what I called about was you were talking about the proud Americans. And, of course, you weren't even born when the John Birch Society was founded in 1957 in Indianapolis, Indiana, with just 13 members. And their big thing was, let us win, get us out of the UN. And in the early 1960s, the founder of that movement said that you would know that America was socialist whenever business owners started advocating for socialism via government support. And we had been involved in endless wars. And the way I want to connect that is I'm proud of what America accomplished. It literally changed the direction of human events. It gave liberty to people all around the world, not just the United States. But when you mentioned the deal there with Trump, that is a classic example of how much the United States has fallen in the last 20 or 30 years. And, supposedly we're leaving Afghanistan. I just seen an article where they said the Afghans are looting Bostrom Air Force Base, which that had been a critical Air Force base for a long time. But the deal with Trump is I've been through several tax audits and generally what happens is when you have a disagreement that you can't settle with the audit section, you'll go to tax court and it'll be hammered out there in tax court. And if you can't get it settled there, and the Criminal Investigation Division of the IRS will get involved and see if you actually, committed a crime of any sort, or if it was just a different interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
And I know here in Indiana, I haven't a clue what Indiana tax is. I don't know if you know anybody or have seen their tax forms now, but they have offset credits and credits for this and credits for that. You talk about a Rube Goldberg setup. It's ridiculous the way it's set up. So I don't know what the New York taxes look like, but for them to come out, I guess the Manhattan district attorney somehow got involved in basically a state tax dispute. And the best thing they could come up with was to say that the CFO had taken illegal fringe benefits, which that has changed so much over the years. What is tax deductible and what isn't tax deductible and what is a fringe benefit? And I know at one time they were wanting to tax the subsidized health insurance. I don't have to worry about that anymore, so I don't know how that came about. And even today, your sponsor, their Hotshot Secret, they may be able to apply for a tax credit for alternative fuels with some of their additives and also for carbon credits. I don't know what all the mechanism is, but I just seen that popped up there where there's some company wanted to add butane to gasoline, and they said no, that wasn't really an alternative fuel, which, you know, I thought it was because it was like natural gas. But whenever you look at all this that they're doing with the government, and you're not getting equal protection under the law, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And when we get to that stage, I've followed enough of these countries that go to a dictatorship. They always do it through the courts, whether they suspend the Constitution in actuality, or they just do it by constantly getting court decisions that override what the Constitution meant. And it gets so expensive that the average person can't really fight them in court. So that question about proud American, that's kind of an unqualified question. You know, yeah, I'm proud to be American, and a lot of people, since they, you know, did away with the draft, haven't served in the military around the world and seen what conditions other people live in. I don't think they fully appreciate the freedoms that we do still have in this country, but I'm certainly not proud of the direction that America is going. So that kind of you're the one caller there that was talking about, you know, how it was dated and how people had changed their minds. You know, my particular feeling about this is how we have basically sank so low in America. I mean, when we went to fight a war, and win, get out, get it over and done with. We drug on through Vietnam, had plenty of opportunities to bring that thing to a victorious end, chose not to. And that has been our history all around the world. Then we abandoned the people we supposedly went to free and say, well, we'll make arrangements for you to come to America. I mean, and then you get a lot of people in this country that are angry at America. So that might have some effects on the proud American question. But the main point that I want to make is that I'm not proud of what America has become, but I'm certainly proud of the principles that America espouses. And with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
All right. Good to hear from you, Vic. Thanks for checking in. Hope you had a good Independence Day weekend, as we say, right? All right. It's 844-844-3388. And one other tidbit under the industry headlines. You have a recall. Daimler Trucks North America recalling certain Freightliner and Western Star trucks. Issue dealing with the battery cables, specifically more than 122,000 Freightliner Cascadias, model year 2019 to 2022. Western Star 49X, model years 21 and 22, and some other development models. Apparently, in the affected trucks, the battery cable terminal may break, resulting in a loss of electrical power and unintended engine. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, an engine stall obviously would increase the risk of a crash. Dealers will replace or repair the cables for free. Notification letters are going to be going out next month. That's a lot of trucks, though, 122,000 of them, to be exact. And hello, Big Sexy. What's going on?
Not much, Steve. We got a late start tonight. Had to wait on they truck our papers over. Our truck didn't get here till after 2 o'clock our time, which we're an hour behind you. So I missed most of the show. How did the big SmackDown go this weekend?
What SmackDown?
They didn't show up.
Supposedly, Boink and Doink ended up in the Pokey over in northern Kentucky. Never even got into the state of Ohio. Yeah, big Moose wins by default.
You remember I broke the breaking news last week, sir, that they were going to try to take off out of here. They done bought plane tickets. Remember me telling you that?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I didn't figure they'd show up. I didn't hear no earthquakes. So I didn't figure Big Moose gonna drop off the top rope on top of them or anything. So,
Big Moose kind of called it. He said all they did was escape the astronomical ass whooping they had coming their way.
So it's basically like we knew it was just them running their mouth and then not backing it up.
Mm-hmm.
Something else I just thought of a while back, earlier while I was waiting. You remember you done a trivia question about something that you hadn't done since the first week?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get an answer to that?
To date, I have not got an answer to that. Would you like to take a stab at it?
I was just wondering what it was. It wasn't a truck running over people, was it?
No.
You used to have that truck come through when you went into commercial and it'd run over you. It wasn't up.
Yeah, that's when we were going into
I thought about it. I thought, well,
yeah, you'd have to be on Facebook or YouTube. You need to see me to know what I'm talking about.
I'll have to go back and watch some of them early episodes and see if I can figure it out then.
Yeah.
I was listening to you, but not watching you. So, driving is kind of hard to watch you drive.
Yeah, exactly. I get that, and so many of you are out there listening on the app and whatnot, and you wouldn't have any idea there. Just that's the big hint.
But you had a good fourth weekend, other than them not showing up.
Had a great weekend. Yeah, had a wonderful fireworks display. A lot of friends, neighbors, old friends coming into town. Paul and Anita, of course, came in. Scott came in. Jay and Shelley came in from South Carolina, North Carolina. I think he's Wilmington. Yeah, so I had a great weekend.
Oh, that's great. I got to watch it'll be 14 this month, watch my grandson set off fireworks with his daddy. So, I just kicked back and watched them. So that's a good thing if you had a good weekend. And I'll get off here and then somebody else get on. And tomorrow night's not hump night for me. Remember, I start my week today. So it'll be the next day for me.
All righty. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. Big Sexy, be safe out there and have a good morning. It's 844-844-3388. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hey, looking at some of the action coming your way. Let me see here. And not next weekend, but the following weekend. The Western Nebraska Truck Show returns July 16th and 17th. And OOIDA's tour trailer, Spirit of the American Trucker, will be there in attendance. Western Nebraska Truck Show presented by Rise and Melinda Obido, the owners of Grime Scene Unit, G as in Grime, a mobile vehicle detailing business. Yeah, they polish tractor trailers. They're based out of Scottsbluff, Nebraska. Now, they say we detail anything from a motorcycle to a combine. Yeah, through our company, we've raised money for organizations in our community since we first opened 6 years ago. This year, the event in the Panhandle is Panhandle Cooperative at 401 S Beltline Highway. That's in Scottsbluff, Nebraska. This show will benefit Autism Speaks. The nonprofit sponsors research and awareness programs for the disability. The couple have a teenage child with the autism spectrum. In 2020, they raised money through the show to purchase accessible swings for playgrounds in Scottsbluff. They kind of hesitated to start their show last year because of the COVID pandemic. Yeah, they said they got a friend who presents a rat and rod show, however, suggested go ahead. Yeah, they think they could work a few kinks out. And last year they had 40 trucks and about 1,000 people. The food vendors sold out. The craft vendors did very well. We basically put on the show in 40 days. But we learned a lot putting that together last year. We want to grow this show so we can continue to give blessings to organizations that could surely use it. All right, there's some other shows in the offing coming up here in addition to the Western Nebraska Truck Show. The Spirit of the American Trucker, OOIDA's tour trailer, will also be at several other shows through the summer. Later this month, July the 23rd through the 25th, you've got the Top Gun Large Car Shootout. That'll be taking place in Rantoul, Illinois, July the 29th through the 31st. You got the Shell Rotella Super Rigs at the Love's Truck Stop in Hampshire, Illinois. Into the month of August, August 7th, the Alt Truck Show in Alt, Colorado. 13th and 14th, the Wupon Truckin' Show in Wupon, Wisconsin. Then you got August 20th through the 22nd, the Eau Claire Big Rig Truck Show, Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Yeah, I did a double take there. For years, I was calling it the Waupun Truck Show. Someone had to correct me. It's Wupon, you dummy. Wupon Truck Show. All right, we'll wrap it up here on a Tuesday morning. Tuesday that feels like a Monday. Yeah, you'll probably be confused all day as well. See you back tonight at the midnight hour. I hope you'll join us as we roll into Hump Day. Midweek already. 7th day of July will be coming our way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above, but nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,